Hi and welcome to Debunk File. My name is Jiff and welcome to Season 2 of Debunk File. This channel has now officially been around for over 7 years, and it's always a ton of fun to look back at our older videos and remember the insane things that were going through our heads while making them. So, I present to you the entirety of our 2019 run, the second year of Debunk File. To make this stand out from being just another compilation video, we decided to put small commentaries before every single episode. These are little behind the scenes descriptions from both Sep and I to show you all what was going through our heads when creating and writing these all those years ago. As a note, with these videos being 6 years old, Sep and I were still in high school and were just 16 years old, so keep that in mind when watching some of these. We previously did a compilation just like this from our original run of videos in 2018, so if that interests you, feel free to watch that as well. Without further ado, let's watch Season 2 of Debunk File.
For the first video of 2019, it's ironic, we did not write it. It was totally a pleasure doing something like this, and I'd love to do it again sometime.
Yeah, this was a one-of-a-kind video where we had a script writing contest. If I remember right, we had this topic on our list for a very long time, but we didn't really know what to do with it, so this is what the result wound up being.
The world is full of oddities and wonders. Many have baffled us for decades. Humans are inherently curious by nature. It's how we've been able to get as far as we have. Without learning fire, we wouldn't have the internet. But before the internet, there was television. Television is a fickle thing. With the right tool, you can broadcast yourself across thousands of TVs in a matter of seconds. It was 5:10 p.m. on November 26, 1977, when the Hannington transmitter of the Independent Broadcasting Authority in the United Kingdom was hijacked. This would cause local alarm and publicity in the following Sunday's newspapers. It caused such a stir in the UK that some American and other countries' newspapers picked up the story for more ears to learn off of. The hijack had been given the formal title of the Southern Television Broadcast Interruption, but most would come to call it the Vrillion Incident. The Vrillion incident was a televised hijacking in the south of the UK, and was actually the first recorded broadcast intrusion, happening 9 years before the events with Captain Midnight in his fight against HBO, and 10 years before the infamous Max Headroom incident. It happened the night of November 26 in 1977. It was an ominous hijacking that caused heavy video distortion, and the audio track was overridden by an unknown deep voice who had claimed to be a representative from the Intergalactic Association.
This is the voice of Allah, representative of the Intergalactic Command, speaking to you.
It's unknown who the speaker was, as conflicting reports call the speaker Vrillion, Gillian, Asteron, though Vrillion is the most widely accepted name at this moment. The audio was a deepened voice with a nice buzzing. It had taken over during the reading of the early evening news read out by Mr. Andrew Gardner. At the time, the Hannington UHF television transmitter was a bit of an oddity in and of itself, as it was one of the few transmitters which rebroadcast an off-air signal received from another transmitter. In this case, it was the Southern Television's Row Ridge transmitters on the Isle of Wight. Because of this kind of transmitter was open to signal intrusions of this kind. It can even happen when a low-power transmission very close to the receiver could overwhelm its reception of the intended signal, resulting in the wrong transmission being broadcasted across a massive amount of TV sets. The IBA stated to carry out a hoax like this would need a considerable amount of technical knowledge. Unfortunately, they had never found the culprit responsible for the broadcast. As a result, many have birthed the story that this was in fact a real alien conversing with us, warning us that if we don't put Earth's weapons to the test, then we will have to suffer from an alien invasion. Many believe that this was most likely a hoax, as 1977 was a big year for space and media due to the US space shuttle prototype Enterprise for the first time, as well as the first Star Wars movie absolutely annihilating box office records. So because of this, an unknown person could have easily wanted a bit of attention and had created this entire event. We're gonna have to call this file undetermined, as while it very obviously wasn't an alien like some people believe, we didn't find out who actually did it, and we probably never will.
For me, this was a push to grab another folk-style mystery. I'd grown up going to Ohio every summer and just loved the screaming Mimi-style ghost stories, so we had to find another one.
Despite this video being pushed heavily by Sep, I wound up writing it, and I remember thinking that this was my best work at the time. This case had multiple different mysteries and was one of my longer scripts at the time, and I had a lot of fun editing it too. Watching it today, I honestly do think it's one of our better videos from this era, even if it still isn't up to our modern standards.
Are ghosts real? This is a lifelong question that nobody has ever had a concrete answer to, but a lonely road in West Milford, New Jersey has changed the minds of so many people. So many things have happened in this skinny 10-mile road, it is actually hard to conceive. The road itself is just a 2-lane stretch with a very scarce amount of houses. Since it connects 2 areas of minimal population, there is hardly ever any traffic, and with this claustrophobic road stretching on for 10 miles, it can drive your imagination insane. Perhaps that is why so much has happened here. This road has a deep history of terror, and we are going to go through all of it. We are first going to begin all the way back in 1905. At this time, a now demolished castle was built in the forest by Richard J. Cross, and as such it was titled Cross Castle. He died in 1917, and a few years after that, about half of the castle burnt. With it just being an abandoned castle in the wilderness, it became a hotspot for devil worshippers and the Ku Klux Klan. There's written accounts from way back then that said that many people would have seizures, strange visions, and would wake up with bruises if they fell asleep there. Over time, the walls eventually became graffiti, as hikers and daredevils would often visit here, prompting the Newark's water department to destroy it. While it doesn't look like a castle at all anymore, the foundations still remain, where to this day, devil worshippers may still visit. Another horrific event there has been since dubbed the Iceman. In May 1983, a cyclist was simply going down the road when he saw a vulture feasting on someone. When he investigated, he saw that it was in fact a human body. This man was killed by Richard Kuklinski, a hitman who was involved in many mafia activities. He's one of the most infamous mafia members in the world, as according to him, he killed as many as 200 people, although not all of that is confirmed. He was heavily abused by both of his parents as a kid and begun killing cats, before killing a bully, which in his words, made him more empowered. His criminal activity eventually garnered attention of the mafia, which he joined. Like we said, he was a hitman, and the reason he is called the Iceman is because he would freeze bodies after he killed them, so that it seems like they died much later than they actually did. Reports of hellhounds, monkeys, and unidentifiable hybrids are very common when passing through the road. Many people think that these animals are survivors of Jungle Habitat, which was a theme park with over 1,500 animals. This park only lasted 4 years before shutting doors, but many people think that some of the remnants crossbreeded. While this may be true, I personally think that this is, like most of these sites, are people imagining it. Like we said, a long claustrophobic road like this could make the mind hallucinate, and that's exactly what I think these people say when they saw these creatures. Reports of phantom headlights are also infamous in Clinton Road. Apparently, floating headlights or sometimes even full-on trucks and cars would appear out of nowhere and chase drivers to the end of the road and then vanish. There is also reports of strange park rangers that can be seen, but apparently they are actually ghosts of park rangers that died in 1939. When researching these rangers, I never found any evidence that park rangers ever actually died here, so I'm going to have to assume that it was just a story that someone concocted for the bridge. Dead Man's Curve is another very infamous place along the road. It is a sharp curve making it live up to the nickname, and apparently KKK meetings are a commonplace here, as well as animal sacrifices. Now of course, this wouldn't be a haunted road without some urban legends, and yeah, Clinton Road has a surplus. The first urban legend I want to mention is directly related to the phantom headlights, and involves one vehicle in particular. Apparently there is a Camaro of a girl who crashed there, and now it is very common to see this Camaro while driving on the road. It's very important to note that I researched if an actual girl in a Camaro ever died here, and I was not able to find an official report of a girl dying here. So my theory is that someone made up this creepy story, perhaps when they were staying with friends out here, and it just spread like wildfire. That being said, the most famous thing about this road by far is Ghost Boy Bridge. If you drive down Clinton Road, you will cross over a small bridge. Apparently, some young boy had his life taken away here. It's unclear as to exactly what happened, but the most common explanation is that he was chasing a ball and drowned in the lake. But as the legend goes, if you throw a penny into the lake, the boy will either place it on the bridge or even throw it at your car. Like most urban legends though, there's just no way this is real. There's no confirmed accounts of pennies ever appearing on the bridge or getting thrown at the cars, and plus, where did the pennies in the story come from anyways? Clearly somebody a very long time ago made this story up, and now it is the most famous thing about the bridge. So that's it then, right? All Clinton Road is just a bunch of legends and a bunch of fake stories. That does, however, leave one question. Why was there so many stories here in particular? Why do other places not have nearly the amount of legends and events that this place has? Well, I have an answer. To me, it all boils down to the human mind. Any large forest has the possibility of holding devil worshippers or the KKK inside of it, but when those people have been confirmed to be here, it's gonna petrify somebody that is walking through, especially when it's claustrophobic and seems like it's going on forever. That creates a recipe for hallucinations. You think you're seeing things that aren't really there. Hellhounds, UFOs, phantom cars, dead park rangers, and some of the people that swore they saw these things told others. This makes the people that they told become on edge when they are on Clinton Road, making the hallucination probability skyrocket. And like any other place that is supposedly haunted, urban legends will shift into view. So there you have it, Clinton Road is debunked. The vast history of Clinton Road made people on edge whenever they visited, leading to hallucinations that eventually led to urban legends.
At the time, this was easily one of the biggest internet mysteries we covered, and it's another that I remember us being really happy with at the time. However, this is a perfect example of a topic we probably wouldn't cover anymore, which is something I'll explain more a little later. It's still really creepy, a great topic, and actually did have an update. I saw recently that he actually got rid of his van.
This was such an interesting video to work on. Like Jiff said, it's probably not something we'd ever do in our current era, but it still feels like a very classic Debunk File video.
For the first time in a while, there seems to be an actual big horror mystery. It has blown up recently, but this channel has actually been around for a little while now, and he was also around on Facebook and other social media outlets well before the YouTube channel. The channel is called God Has Entered My Body, as a body my same size, and the channel name basically sums up exactly what this guy is about. Some guy whose name is Bob Hickman apparently had God enter his body over 15 years ago. The freakiest part about it all is that God is not an amazing being like he was perceived to be in the Bible. According to Bob, he is actually appalling. In the About section of his YouTube page, he says that God is horrible and attacks him every day and night. He goes on to clarify about how God tortures him every day, like tightening his face muscles every time he talks, ripping and tearing his lips, and telling them if he doesn't commit sins, he will die. There's not many videos on the channel, and most of the videos are basically repeats of the last, as they are basically talking about the exact same thing for the most part. The important things you get to come away through the YouTube videos is his personality, and as expected, it's far from normal. He starts every video with a strange run-on sentence, and he overall has a very awkward tone that is just kinda off.
God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. My name is Bob Hickman. I've got God inside my body right now. My skin feels electric, it vibrates. It feels very hot. I drink about 3 gallons of fountain drink every day. God can move my hands, lips, mouth where I can. God is terrorizing and attacking me. I'm the only person on the planet that's got the Holy Ghost baptism. Nobody will get it until I die. And I think I'm going to be the very last one. That almost makes me the biblical Elijah. But what it didn't say in the Bible was that Elijah was the one that caused the world to end. God is ripping and tearing my lips. I'm going to show those.
Many people in the comments have predicted that he may suffer from schizophrenia, and I can see it with the way he acts. In most of these videos and in his social medias, which we will get into later, he explains what it's like having God inside of him. In the About section, he already said that God squeezes his face muscles and cracks his lips, but he also says that his skin constantly feels electric and he always feels very hot. In some of the future videos, he shows the damage that is all on his face, and in the most famous video, he reveals that he is the second coming of Christ.
But I received the Spirit of Christ. That's what the Bible says. Therefore, if he entered into my body, and he did, the second coming is fulfilled.
Overall though, these videos are most importantly just to see what his personality is like, And like we said before, it's very weird. There's definitely something wrong with him. Maybe it's God, like he wants us to believe, but there's a very high chance this is also a mental issue. Naturally, these limited amount of videos that are basically all the same left me dissatisfied and hungry for more, so I decided to see if he had any social medias, and he literally has almost all that you can think of. I quickly found out that he was actually well more known on these social medias than on YouTube, and even saw many people say that he would actually text random numbers about how he is God. How he got those numbers is still undetermined, but a lot of people would get messages like that, so when these same messages started popping up on social media, he blew up pretty fast. The first place I went to is Twitter, and while there isn't much information of importance, he has an incredibly strange tweeting style that I don't at all understand. He basically makes a normal tweet, and then makes the exact same tweet in like 20 different languages. I have no idea why he does this, other than that, there really isn't any other noteworthy tweets in particular here, so I moved on to his Google+. You heard me right, Google+. Yeah, he actually has an active Google Plus account. I don't know anybody used this crap, but apparently he used it since like 2012 and still does to this day, where there is a ton of odd posts on it. One of the ones that shook me out as just strange was a post where he explained again about how God tortures him. He calls God a sadistic evil spirit and again says that God tortures him when he doesn't commit sins. Because according to Bob, this is all God cares about. He also showed his bloodied face, and I know if it's just me, but that does not look like real blood at all, so I really can't buy this picture here. Besides sin, well technically this is a sin too actually, is that God forces him to have sex with many women, and he says that he will destroy him if he doesn't. A very important thing to note is that he sees Jesus Christ in his visions, and that he has a long pointy tongue with slobber running down his mouth and makes demonic noises. Next up is his biggest social media of all, Facebook. I had no idea, but he is much more famous here than he is on YouTube, and I wouldn't be surprised if a large percentage of the views on his channel are just people that follow him on Facebook. Since he has had his Facebook for a pretty long time, I knew that if I looked deep enough, I would find some very important posts, and sure enough I did. First off, we got evidence that God has been inside of him for at least 15 years, and that God's attacks are more severe now than ever before. Another message again talks about how God makes demonic noises, and then if you ever hear him telling you to kill somebody, don't do it. There's also pictures of vans with tons of writing on them, and this is because Bob's ultimate goal is to spread the message that God is actually horrible. It's why he has so many social medias and constantly repeats himself on them. He desperately wants you to know God's true colors. That being said, I found one post in particular that is incredibly important, and is possibly the reason as to why Bob is the way he is. I found a message where he says he takes 20 Aleve aspirins a day to relieve pain. I looked up side effects of taking too much aspirin and it said, increased sweating, confusion, hallucinations, and other symptoms. But those three that I mentioned right there are all the symptoms that he constantly talks about going through. He's always really hot, and he always sees God. But if he's just taking way too much aspirin all the time, then is there really a God inside of him? This would also most likely explain his very strange behavior, as I'm sure that much aspirin would not be great for your head. Okay, in theory, what if God is actually inside of him? Well, we have a theory about that. It's the theory that there is no way that this can possibly be God. We think it is very possible that our poor friend is being tricked by a demon, and he is torturing him, while also making him believe he is God, so that Bob would always listen to him. Well, do we believe this? Is he holding God inside of him, or a demon? Or is he really just abusing aspirin too much? Well, we see multiple possibilities. It's very possible that Bob is faking this for attention online, which he is getting. If he is, he's incredibly convincing and extremely determined as well, but this works both ways. The "I have all social medias to spread the message of God" could also be seen as him just being smart, and knowing that if you literally have every social media that posting all the same stuff, you're going to get noticed and become big like he has. The idea that there's actually something inside of him is very hard to believe, but if it is somehow true, we don't see there being any way this is actually God. It's most likely a demon or the devil tricking him. And the other theory that makes a ton of sense is the aspirin addiction. It would explain why he's so weird, why he sees things, and why he is always so hot, and just might be the most plausible theory of the three. Because two of the theories have such a strong possibility of being true, and the fact that we truly believe that one of them has got to be true for sure, we're going to call this file undetermined, as we weren't able to completely solve it, but there is a very strong chance that it is one of these two theories.
During this era of her content, there was one rapper who I was absolutely obsessed with, and that of course was MF Doom. I found him a long time before this video, but I don't think I was ever more interested in his music than at this point. I fell completely down the Doom rabbit hole and eventually discovered that Mr. Fantastik, the guy in one of my favorite songs, was a complete mystery. I will always hold such a special place for this mystery.
Jif was the first person who ever introduced me to MF Doom in our sophomore year of high school. Needless to say, Doom and by extension Dr. Doom literally have changed my life. I still maintain my Doom obsession and I still make sure to bump the ill villain to this day. Rip Doom, we genuinely will never forget you.
The world of hip-hop has many different personalities, whether it's hardcore gangsters or laid-back jazz rap. There's all different kinds of people out there, but one MC stands out more than anybody else, and his name is MF Doom. What Doom did was something truly unique and incredible, as he literally created his own world through his music. He is the supervillain and ruler of his own world, obviously inspired by Dr. Doom, and the atmosphere and world building he created within his music is truly remarkable. He constantly uses samples from old superhero cartoons, especially Spider-Man, and is so devoted to his character that even in public he wears the metal mask everywhere he goes, and keeps his personal life very quiet, so it does not distract from the character. Now Doom is really smart, and what he did was actually create a mystery in his own music about one of the guys featured on 2 songs. His name is Mr. Fantastik, and he has been featured on 2 songs made by MF Doom. The songs are Antimatter and Rap Snitch Knishes, and on these 2 songs, Mr. Fantastik has incredible guest verses on both of them.
I'll be on my grizzly. Feds try to greet me, somehow always miss me. Mr. Fantastik put the busy in the beat. Rock from the bottom straight to the tizzy. I profile low, like 8 and paid in full. Attract heavy cash, cause the game's centrifugal. Mr. Fantastik, long though like elastic. Got my life with twin Glocks that's made out of plastic.
He stood his own on these tracks and almost out-rapped Doom, and that right there is an incredible achievement. Naturally, with how incredible these verses were, people went to go check out Mr. Fantastik's discography, but there is none. Besides these 2 features, he literally doesn't have any other music at all, or at least not under the same persona. This wouldn't be such a big deal if Mr. Fantastik wasn't so incredible. It's truly hard to believe that someone who made verses this good just didn't have a solo rap career. Doom has given this mystery attention before himself. On Antimatter, which is one of the songs Mr. Fantastik is featured on, where Doom says,
"Who is he? You need to get out more, or either get out of here like some dang outlaw."
On an interview a while back, Doom was also asked who Mr. Fantastik was, and he said, "Mr. Fantastik no longer exists." That's why over the years, hip-hop heads have been searching for the answer, who is Mr. Fantastik? One of the possibilities is that this is the pitched-down voice of a fellow rapper and friend of Doom named Rodan. I gave his music a listen, and sure enough, he does kinda sound like Mr. Fantastik, and it is possible, as Doom himself has many other alter egos, so the chances that his friend over here has one too is possible, especially when he sounds like him a little bit.
In these streets, eating and breathing, believing, keeping these devils bleeding, leaving these stitches, sleeping with the fish-eyed heathen, stringing them up, now we first stringing like Willie Beeman.
Now it is important to mention that the majority of MF Doom's upbringing was in New York, because in New York there was a super underground rap group that was found called UFON. And there were 2 members, Slim Pickens and Mr. Fantastik. The chances that New York could hold 2 rappers called Mr. Fantastik seems unbelievably slim. So this has to be our answer, right? Well, I don't think it is. When listening to songs by this group, I found out that neither of them sound anything like Mr. Fantastik at all, so unfortunately, they can't be our answer. Another popular theory is that he is Count Bass D, a rapper, producer, and good friend of Doom, but I don't know why anybody ever thought it was him, as he doesn't sound a single thing like Mr. Fantastik at all. There are smart people that knew that, and instead decided to ask him if he knew who Mr. Fantastik was, and the flood of questions forced him to talk about it on Instagram, pretty recently actually. Unfortunately though, he did not answer it. Well, he kinda did. He basically said that they were just 2 friends messing around in the studio together making rhymes, and Mr. Fantastik clearly doesn't want to reveal himself, so he hasn't yet, and he has the right to do that. We all want to know who he is so bad and listen to his other music so badly, but I can respect his decision of not doing that.
This is 2 friends bugging out, freestyling, writing some quick rhymes in the studio, having fun. And folks want to jump in it. The man obviously doesn't want to reveal himself, you know, if he hasn't dropped anything else in 14, 15 years.
Now, of course, as showed throughout this video, we did not find out who Mr. Fantastik truly was. Was he any one of these rappers that we theorized about before? Yes, it's possible, but the chance is higher that this was just one of Doom's personal friends who was just messing around and having a good time with his friends, and they made songs together. How is Mr. Fantastik this good? Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe it's from being around Doom so much, but yeah, Mr. Fantastik is clearly just a normal guy that made 2 songs with his friend and obviously didn't want to be in the rap game for whatever reason. And since we can't possibly find out who this man truly is, we're gonna have to call this file a mystery.
This is such a silly episode, and at the time, and kinda still now, is one of my favorite outros on the channel. I didn't really realize it then, but this video almost feels like a parody of what we were doing back in the day while also sloppily getting a good message across. Truly, Debunk File was always impactful.
This is such a weird video that I have absolutely no idea what to think about. As Sep said, it does feel oddly meta, which makes it easily one of our strangest. This one also would go on to do extremely well, and was one of our most viewed of the entire year, which is just hilarious.
No, we made our original video on Momo 6 months ago, and originally Momo was just kind of a creepy picture that made her rounds on WhatsApp telling people to kill themselves. Whether or not that was actually ever true, we did debunk Momo, and all she is a weird sculpture in Japan. She has caused no harm at all. Momo stayed relatively out of the public eye and remained a creepy thing for niche crowds and memes, but out of nowhere, she has skyrocketed back into popularity and is now on news outlets such as Fox News and the New York Times, to name a few.
It is creepy, it's scary, and it's potentially deadly. Look at that image. The latest internet challenge has parents frightened tonight.
Yeah, it's called the Momo Challenge, and it tries to convince children to do dangerous things.
So yeah, Momo is getting her name out there, but why? Momo is a scary image, no doubt. I mean, just look at her. But Momo has been popping up on kids' YouTube channels put there by sick creators in order to scare children and convince them to kill themselves. But is that actually all true? None of it actually is. The media was trying another attempt to demonize a meme, much like 2016's Pepe escapade to paint him out as a Nazi. Now more news stations are realizing it's a hoax and are apologizing or explaining the hoax further.
Social media posts warn of a Momo challenge that pops up in kids' programming, encouraging violence or suicide. But now, some internet safety experts and law enforcement are calling it a hoax, questioning whether the Momo challenge exists. YouTube says it has seen no evidence of it on its platform.
Rainbot, a fellow horror YouTuber, mentioned on Twitter a really good theory about Momo. Parents blame this image for mental health problems instead of actually asking their kids if anything is mentally wrong. The Momo train was so big that even Kim Kardashian talked about her. But who are you going to believe? Kim K, who says Momo is evil and trying to drive your children to suicide? Or me, Sep from Debunk File, who wants you to understand that Momo is only misunderstood and is a beautiful woman and someone we all love in the meme and horror community. This file is debunked again, but not by us, but by stupid news stations righting their wrongs.
To this day, this is still one of my favorite ARGs we have ever covered, and genuinely, I think the coverage here was pretty good. I remember being scared and having no idea what to title this because Nexpo had recently released a video about it with the same title I wanted to use. The solution was, we ended up choosing the exact same title anyways.
This was an ARG that really spooked me. At this time, I'd pretty much completely fallen off ARGs, but something about this one struck a chord, and it was a ton of fun watching all of these with Jif during that era.
POSTcontent is one of the most interesting ARGs we've ever come across during our time on YouTube. It started in December 2018, and on the surface, it just seems to be a tutorial channel, but of course as you watch on, you see just how strange the channel truly is. Basically what we are going to do here is attempt to explain every video and eventually the entire series if we can. A very important thing to add is that fellow horror channel Nexpo now, made a video about POSTcontent already, but not only did POSTcontent make many more uploads since then, but we also purposely avoided Nexpo's video so we can formulate our own reasonings as to what is going on in the series. But with all that explanation aside, let's get into the videos. The first video, titled Another Night, starts off the series in a very important way. It shows how weird his room is, with the floor being completely covered up, and it's also revealed that he is scared of something. He turns back and you see a bloody bucket, which is very, very important for later, and then he turns around and looks back at the door, where he is jump scared by the titular ghost or demon, whatever that thing is. He quickly shuts the door and starts playing a YouTube video, which is meditation music to calm you down, a very, very important detail for later. The second video, titled Easy Go Solutions 2018 1080p Video RIP, is basically a camera recording meditation videos, very obviously meaning that our main character here is definitely in a struggle, and as the videos go on, we're going to start to see what this struggle is.
Mind is an ocean, and the waves are your thoughts. So stay on land, will you? Everyone knows how it is to feel undesirable. And many fail to realize the simple solution. Yesterday's bad energy is history, so move past it. See? It's behind you now.
The third video is just titled Vlog. In it, we see our main character here try out a vlog. He wants to try it because it seems pretty easy, and during this whole video, he's just recording the demon in the hallway, and at the end, he puts the camera down to watch other vlogs, most likely to study exactly what they do so he can do it like them.
Ring the bell icon. And remember to...
I love you guys. If you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe. New York City pop-up shop details coming soon. Get your Maverick merch, logovault.com/shop, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Take it easy, fam. Calm, you got this one.
Basically, the last video wasn't very important, but this next video is the exact opposite. It's perhaps the most essential video on the entire channel. This video is called Encounter, and it starts off outside, where we just see the demon and he's shaking like usual. That's until our main character turns around, where you see a body bag. This body bag is going to start to appear up more often, and it's the main key to figuring out just what this channel is about. It raises questions. Is he a murderer? Is it a metaphor? The next video is titled Encounter Update, and its purpose is to clear up the confusion you could have about the last video, but all it does is create more. I find it very important to note that while he is talking, he literally kicks the bucket. I'm sure most of you know what that means, but just in case you don't, it basically means to die. After this, he checks outside his window and sees the demon once again, at which point his phone vibrates.
Jehovah's Witness?
And that becomes a very common theme as the series goes on. His phone always seems to vibrate, and usually it's not at the best times either. Now, with POSTcontent technically being a tutorial channel, it's odd that there isn't actually many tutorials, but hey, here's one of them. It's called Constraint Tutorial, and is basically for people who see things in reflections. He says the first instinct is to look away, but he demonstrates why you should never do that. When he looks away and looks back, this thing on the reflection gets closer.
You know, your first instinct might be to look away. I know that was my instinct, but this is something you really don't want to do, and I'll quickly demonstrate why. See? It's closer.
This video is also the first time he mentions his mother, and apparently she told him that with enough confidence, this will all go away.
Oh yeah, my mother is somehow convinced that with enough confidence all this will simply go away, so let's try just asking nicely, you never know.
He uses her tips and literally asks the face to go away, and it doesn't work.
Could you please leave? What do you know? Didn't work.
That's when he tilts his head and goes into an intense staring contest. Apparently it was so intense, it causes the face's eyes to bleed and it vanishes. It seems that he was a little shocked that it did vanish, because he, in a more excited voice, said he needed to catch some sleep. But when he gets up, he falls over and starts puking on the floor. That's when his meditation video starts playing and specifically says, "Yesterday's bad energy is history, so move past it." It also starts repeating, "It's behind you now," over and over again, at which point the video ends.
Just gotta keep looking.
And there we go. I think I'll try and catch some sleep. Have a good night.
Yesterday's bad energy is history. So move past it. See? It's behind you now. It's behind you now. It's behind you now. It's behind you.
These are incredibly important details that basically solidifies the fact that our main character here is definitely regretting some sort of action he did, and he's using these meditation videos to attempt to move past them. With the amount of videos we have seen so far, I'm very sure multiple theories are bouncing around your head, and they are for us too. That's why after we are done analyzing all these videos, we are going to explain each theory we come up with and which we think is the most plausible. That being said, let's finish the videos first. The next one continues his tradition of studying YouTubers to be like them, and in this case he noticed that many vloggers do house tours, so that's what he decides to do here. He starts off with his room where he once again shows his bloody bucket, and then it shows where he keeps various types of rope before his phone vibration interrupts him. Strange.
Oh, and this is where I keep various types of rope.
He also goes downstairs, which he says he doesn't go down to unless it's absolutely necessary. And one thing worth noting is that once he arrives there, he starts whispering. He says it doesn't seem that bad actually once he's there for a little, and then he thanks YouTube before the video ends.
And here we are. Here we are. Huh. Doesn't seem that bad, actually. Thanks, YouTube, for helping me make this step. Yes.
Indifference tutorial is the next video, and it's probably the creepiest video on the channel to us. It taps into one of my fears, and it's simple. Things coming up behind you. It basically is the character trying to make us resist whatever you think may be behind you at night, and also you're not allowed to sleep. So in this video, the thing behind you was getting closer and closer as you were getting more and more tired and anxious. As the video goes on, it shows what seemed to be that body bag again, but then the phone vibrates once again. When he turns back around, the body bag falls. Eating healthy is the next video, and this is another one that taps into the obvious mental issues the main character has. Apparently, according to him, one of his friends told him that eating healthy can make him feel better. As a result, he takes out some cabbage and starts eating it.
One of my friends told me to start eating healthier. Apparently, it's supposed to help when you're like me and you feel like shit all the time. And since he's probably not coming over, I thought I'd make this video to show him that I am, in fact, eating healthy now.
The next video is simply called Trial, and in this one our main character tries to see if changing the music will help get rid of this demon, and it does not work at all. The demon gets right up in his face, and when the screen turns black, it sounds like he vomits, but that's not confirmed.
So I've been thinking, why does everything have to be so dark and terrifying all the time? It doesn't need to be, right? So why not break the rules? Shit. Let's try it, shall we? That really is too fucking weird.
The next video is called My Living Room, and in this one he basically shows that his house is starting to fall apart, but he thinks some sort of burglar did this. This video might not seem like much, but once we start with our theories, this video is actually integral in our eyes.
Like, I'm pretty sure it didn't look this bad last I was here. I mean, I don't know, I don't go down here that often, but if you have any idea what could have happened, write a comment or something, because I got no clue.
The next video is titled Error, and this might be the darkest and most important video in the entire series. It starts with the main character simply wanting to sleep, but he just can't. And it's because of that demon once again. He gets another call, but then it cuts to the body bag, which is actually moving, and the narrator talks to it.
What do you think you're doing? Let's face it, your life is miserable. You won't admit it, but you're doing this to yourself. Why do you insist on keeping everything so dark in here? That's not helping your mental situation. But it hurts, doesn't it? You've actually managed to convince yourself that living in these conditions is somehow favorable. My god, your room is a mess. Do you really think you can help anyone before giving this place a good scrubbing? Here's a thought. Maybe your precious audience could help you.
The next video is titled Issue and is another very important one. He basically is talking to the audience here on how many people said the demon isn't real, and he tries to tell the demon that,
Hey bitch, did you hear? You're not real. Apparently you're not fucking real. You're not fucking...
After that, he sits down frustrated, and it sounds like he might have smashed his phone. The final video, at least so far, is titled Solution. This is by far the biggest video yet, and the way it's made just seems like it's gonna be the final video. It starts off with him playing music, which inspired him to traverse to the downstairs room, where he sits in a chair and says, "I hope this works." It then shows what looks like the body bag above him, and then he seemingly falls asleep and awakens outside. Calming music plays as he just wanders outside and eventually back to his house, where he looks at the chair again and sees a mannequin. And that's all the videos so far. This is easily one of the best ARGs that we have ever come across so far, and like we said before, there is a multitude of explanations / theories to go through, so without further ado, let's get into it. The first explanation / theory is that he is a murderer, and he is being haunted by a past victim, and also has a victim currently, the dude in the body bag right now. He's also most likely regretting what he's doing, but for some reason still does it. It would also explain why there's a bloody bucket, and why he literally kicks the bucket. This is the most surface level theory here. It is one you would come up with without even looking very deep into it. The reason we're gonna have to debunk this theory is how he talks to the body bag during the error video. The way he talks to it makes it seem like he's talking about himself, and that's exactly what our next theory is, and that is, nothing's real. It's all a metaphor. The demon here just represents his inner demons and anxieties. He tries to get rid of them by playing stress-relieving music, but it doesn't work. As for the body bag, it represents him. He feels completely tied up and trapped. We also have suspicion that the house represents something too, and that is his mind. Our main character clearly wants to get rid of his demons. He meditates and basically wants his mind to be clear and clean. That's why the house's furniture is all covered up to be clean. But as the series goes on, he starts breaking down, and that at the exact same time you see the house starting to fall apart. His mom, friends also know about his mental state, which he has mentioned, and I have a sneaking suspicion that they are simply trying to call him, and that's why the phone always vibrates, but for some reason he still ignores it. But in the final video, he decides to grow up the courage to face his anxiety. He sits in his chair and you see the body bag come off, metaphorically representing the overcoming of his fear. Where he appears outside, he comes back to see a mannequin, which represents him. Before it was in the body bag. But now, it's not, so it seems like we found our answer here. This series is about the main character's fight against anxiety. Anxiety which is so strong he can't even go outside. But there is still one blank, the kicking of the bucket. We have no idea how the kicking of the bucket can tie into this theory. But if you think you can figure it out, then please comment and let us know. That would be huge. That being said, even though we can't figure out how the kicking of the bucket ties into it, we can confidently say that we have debunked post-content. This has to be what the series is about. It just makes so much sense. Way too much sense. And unless a video comes out that just contradicts everything, this is 100% a debunk.
Nikki is a really fascinating mystery that I don't think I did justice to at all. I don't have too much more to say about it than that, but it definitely feels lacking, even when compared to the other videos at this time.
This is probably something that could be expanded on these days. I know some creators have poured their heart and soul into this game, and it's still so cool to see the fandom still alive.
Yume Nikki, which means Dream Diary in English, was a game that was created way back in 2004 in Japan. It's known as being one of the strangest games of all time, as it doesn't even have a true goal to it. The game is basically about this girl right here, who is so reclusive that if you try to open the door to your own apartment, she shakes her head. She can't even leave if she wanted to. That is until she goes to sleep, of course. After you sleep and wake back up, you can open the door and see some of the strangest things in video game history. This game became very popular for just how different it was. The goal isn't forced on you. You can explore for as long as you want. There is no enemies and you cannot die. There is no other game like that. With the game's popularity increasing day by day in the mid-2000s, people naturally wanted to see who the creator was, but nobody knows who it is. Well, that's not technically true. On the game's website, it shows that the creator was Kikiyama, and he constantly released updates, but that's literally all we know. We don't know the gender, age, or their actual name, or even if this person is still alive. There is alleged emails of some people supposedly talking to Kikiyama, but I can't find them, and even if I did, it's very hard to believe they are real. The next speculation is dark, but some other people think that Kikiyama may have taken their own life. People think this because of the game's dark subject matter. It's about someone who is so lonely and reclusive and could possibly be about Kikiyama's own life, and who knows, maybe the struggle was too much for Kikiyama. Others think they died in the devastating 2011 earthquake, because apparently the last alleged email they answered was in 2011, shortly before the disaster. That's hard to believe though, because again, none of these emails have been proven real yet. But these theories have been proven false, and that's because Kiki is still alive. Last year, a new Yume Nikki site was launched, as well as the game being released on Steam. A Yume Nikki Twitter was also released, and they were posting very consistently last year, so they are alive, which is great news. Unfortunately though, we still weren't given any information as to who this actually is. One other person sees it as an actual ARG, but for a real person, they think that Kikiyama knows how much people want to know who he or she actually is, and fishes out tiny clues for you to reel in. After all, the entire game is full of secrets, so it isn't too far-fetched to think that Kikiyama might be doing this all on purpose. The final explanation I want to say is that they could just be private or shy person. This mystery is kind of giving me some Mr Fantastik vibes, and the plausible theory for him was that he simply didn't want attention for what he did. He just made a song with his friend and wanted to resume his normal life. It's very possible that this is how Kikiyama feels. They just created a game and then wanted to resume their normal life. Maybe that's why they didn't update for so long before finally resurfacing. And as you could probably tell, we didn't get too far in terms of uncovering the mystery, and it doesn't seem like anybody will. So we're gonna have to call this file a mystery, and it might be the one that stays a mystery for a very long time. Maybe even forever.
To this day, I genuinely think that this is one of the most interesting and creepiest internet mysteries we've ever covered. I definitely think it's one of our best videos from this era, but there was something that stood out about it even more than the video itself: the goddamn comment section. This video, to this day, probably has our most insane comment section in history. There were hundreds of people mentioning how weird this was, but hundreds of monkey haters came, trolls showed up, and arguments ensued. This video was popular, but it wasn't our most viewed or anything. However, legitimately over half the time we'd get a comment notification, it would come from this video. It seemed as if everyone that saw this video commented.
Like Jiff said, this is one of our most commented on videos ever, which is so weird, but I guess a bunch of people genuinely had a lot to say. This video is as classic as it gets, just a good old dive into a strange internet subculture.
YouTube, as you know, is a massive place. Anyone can create a video for the world to see. You can post whatever opinion you please for the world to see. Unfortunately though, that is not always a good thing. YouTube for the most part is regulated adequately, but like we said earlier, YouTube is massive. Not everything can be contained. Sinister things do slip through the cracks, and in this case, an entire community did. The title is pretty self-explanatory. It is a large group, and I mean a large group of people, that just despise monkeys. I mean loathe their existence. They want them all dead, particularly baby ones too. It is so easy to find that just simply typing monkey hate into YouTube searches brings forth some terrifying results. There are an abundance of playlists of monkeys either getting injured in hospital rooms or dead, and they are flooded with just disturbing comments. Literally every video has horrible comments too. Just let me show you. Here's this video right here, which has a Japanese title, but essentially involves this baby monkey being nursed. It's not injured in the video, but I'm willing to bet it was rescued. Anyways, I look at the comments and I immediately see this. I want to hold its head underwater. It would be pretty cute trying to see him breathe in water. There was another video and it's very disturbing, so I will not play it, but involves a baby monkey being struck by a car, and even here, we have some awful comments like, "Baby monkeys dying is so satisfying." So those are just a few examples of the horrible phenomenon known as Monkey Hategate. Like we said, there is a surplus of playlists containing disturbing content paired with equally disturbing comments. But why exactly do they hate monkeys so much? Well, let's find out. Like usual, there are a ton of theories that have been made by people as to why monkeys are so hated by these people, so let's start. The first theory I've seen is that this is just an elaborate form of trolling. Some people are incredibly edgy out there and they could just be doing this to attract attention. This theory seems to make sense from the surface, but this is 100% debunked, and here's why. Monkeygate has been said to be going on for a very, very long time, possibly before YouTube even began, and while monkey hate does get attention every so often, for the most part, it really doesn't. Why would so many trolls be doing this if they don't even get attention for it? Getting attention is the main reasons trolls troll, and Monkey Hategate most of the time does not get it. So yes, this theory is easily debunked. The next theory I've seen is germophobia. To put it simple, monkeys are pretty nasty animals. It is widely known that they fling feces at each other and whatnot. They probably roll in it too, and to a germaphobe, this could be absolutely terrifying for them, so as a result, they completely despise the existence of monkeys, even laughing at dead ones. The thing is though, I know many germaphobes in my life, even some relatively extreme ones, and they don't laugh at dead monkeys. They don't want them dead. I'm not even sure they hate monkeys. In order to be like that, they must be a little messed up in the head, which kinda leads to the next theory, which is, they are just full-blown sociopaths. Nothing more to it. Some people are just messed up. They get a kick out of seeing monkeys in pain. Despite how simple it is, this theory is actually one of the more plausible ones. The next theory though might even be more plausible, and that is childhood trauma. With the help of a lengthy Reddit post, I was able to see just how much sense this theory makes. The post starts with the user explaining that he hates monkeys, and has an immediate negative reaction whenever he sees one, and it traces back to when he was a kid. He goes on to say that when he was roughly around 8, he departed on a trip to the zoo with his parents. He was very excited to see the monkeys, as they were often portrayed as being adorable on TV, but when he saw them in person, 2 of them were aggressively mating, others were making ear-splitting shrieking noises and throwing their feces around. He goes on to say that ever since that day, he cannot look at a monkey without remembering that horrible day of fear and disgust. That being said, he went on to say that this fear was a problem with himself, and not the animals. He knows that it's not their fault, and that like other animals, they have no sense of hygiene or privacy, but says that others clearly don't understand that. He then describes his first encounter with the monkey hate community, which actually happened by accident. He then claims that he was talking with a friend and somehow the topic of monkeys arose, and when he mentioned that he hated them, the friend agreed. At this point, he was kinda happy that someone finally had the same feelings as him, but then he quickly found out how far her feelings went. She went to YouTube and pulled up a video of a monkey falling off a tree into a power line where it was then electrocuted. Now he did hate monkeys, but never wished pain upon them. After he finished explaining that story, he concluded that he thinks that childhood trauma/anxiety is the main reason these people hate monkeys so much. Now, what do we think the reason is? Well, we actually think it's a combination of most of these theories, the largest theory being the childhood trauma one, which is what I think starts it for the majority of these people, with a solid amount of them possibly being germaphobes as well, but in some cases, they could just be straight up sociopaths. So I think that's it. We have debunked Monkey Hategate. To me, there is no other explanations as to why people would hate monkeys so much. It stems from childhood trauma in almost all cases, and if it's not that, it's straight up sociopathy.
This video was made off the type of thinking process a lot of our modern videos are still made from. It was made from me trying to think of a passion of mine and making it into a video. Since I love basketball so much, I always wanted to do a basketball mystery, so I tried to search for the most interesting ones I could find. This was the one I found, and even though it's a really interesting and creepy mystery, in the end, I felt like this was kinda just a generic video that wasn't covered nearly as well as it should have been.
Jiff is the sports guy, but I'm always down for a good mystery, and covering our passions has always been a hallmark of this channel. A wild tale and a bite-sized one at that, it's a lot easier to watch these days than some of our other videos around this time.
It's the late 90s, basketball is booming as ever, colleges are being eyed for potential superstars. One man who had the spotlight on him most was Rico Harris. Born May 1977 in Southern California, Rico Harris was an outstanding college basketball player that seemingly had his whole life set up with continuing his basketball career. There was a slight problem with the promising young man. He dealt with loads of drug and alcohol problems. Later in life, he went on to join the Harlem Globetrotters in the early 2000s. The NBA even considered him to be a first draft pick, but his issues seemed to get the better of him and his career fell flat. But that's not the mystery. Rico Harris has been missing since 2014, and no one knows exactly where he is and what happened to him. When stepping into this mystery, it is very similar to the M-Cave story, which you should check out our video on if you're interested in this kind of mystery. The lead up to the incident is a pretty mundane one as well, which digs the hole even deeper for anyone trying to figure this out. In 2014, Harris was in a long-distance relationship and was offered a job in Seattle as a property appraiser. Harris left his house a little bit after midnight on the morning of October 10th, 2014, where he commenced in a 17-hour drive toward Seattle. A little thing to note, his job interview was scheduled for the 11th, which is why he left home so early. Harris took I-5 and the police report eventually revealed he got gas in Lottie, a city in California about 40 miles south of Sacramento. At 10:45 a.m., he called his girlfriend and left her a final message where he says he's going into the mountains to rest. This is where this feels a bit like the M Cave mystery. Harris shut off his phone and was never heard from again. So what happened to the Harlem Globetrotters alumni? Waiting for 3 days, Harris's girlfriend and family finally contacted the police to start up an investigation as to where he had gone. On that same day, Harris's car was found on a rural road. His car had his wallet and liquor and was missing his phone, credit card, and ID. So the hunch at the moment was he escaped his normal life or he was killed by wildlife and his objects are still on his body. An entire squadron of helicopters and divers and police were deployed to find Harris, but their search came up with no one to be found, not even a body. But that's not to be said that there weren't sightings. 2 motorcyclists said that they saw him, and how are you going to mistake a man who is 6'9" and weighs 300 pounds? More sightings and size 18 footprints were found near a backpack, and his backpack contained his phone. So now we know he only had his ID and credit card. Our theory is that is almost like M Cave. He wanted to escape his life and successfully ran away into the forest to start a whole new life. Pictures were found on his phone and he seemed genuinely happy, almost like a free man. There is another theory. Since he played basketball internationally, maybe he left his American life behind to start a new one in Europe, or wherever he needed to go. Maybe there were other people involved, like a secret lover or something, but I think he just wanted to get away. The weakest of the theories is his death. I really don't think he is dead or even committed suicide. It's possible, but I think it is a very unlikely argument for his disappearance. It's so baffling as to if he is still alive and no one has spotted him. Again, he is 6'9" and weighs 300 pounds. I find it hard to believe he's never been caught or found by the police. We're going to have to call this file a mystery. There's little to no evidence as to what happened to him or where he is now. If you guys have any theories as to what happened to Mr. Harris, please make sure to comment and like this video.
This was one of the strangest things we've ever done. It's based on my actual childhood lost media / ghost story experiences, and luckily for you guys, I do have an update. I did actually reach out to my old childhood friend a couple of years back to catch up and say hey. I of course had to reminisce about Red Eye, and when Red Eye was brought up, he stopped responding and I haven't heard from him since, so my theory is he's probably under control of Red Eye. All jokes aside, this video was the definition of a Hail Mary. We literally had nothing cooking and we needed something, and all of my personal friends have heard the Red Eye story at least 5 times in their span of knowing me, and I wanted to share it with you guys.
I was very skeptical about this video because as an outsider, I always just saw it as confused childhood memories. I didn't know if something like that fit the style of our channel very well since it was such a personal story. Overall, it's easily one of the strangest debunk videos of all time. I do genuinely think the story is very interesting. You know, we all have creepy stories from our childhood that we can't explain. But yeah, this was a really desperate video idea from us when we had absolutely none.
Before this video starts, I want to explain what Red Eye is and why he is important to me. I've never had anyone outside my family have an encounter with Red Eye, and it is crucial. If you think you have any information on him, you must DM me at DebunkFile on Instagram or on our Discord at DebunkFile. Now back to the video. Since most of you probably have no clue who Red Eye even is, I'll give you some background. Red Eye is a ghost and his appearance differs, but he is mainly seen wearing a black hoodie and black jeans with an all blacked out face with one glowing red eye shining from beneath the darkness. Red Eye is extremely dangerous as he can shapeshift into anyone in your life. The best way to tell is the reddish tint in the person's left eye. Red Eye is extremely powerful and cannot be stopped, but he can be slowed down. You must be with someone at all times if you think that Red Eye is coming for you. Now here's my experience with this benevolent spirit. I was a kid, and my two favorite things were Legos and Star Wars. And it just so happened my friend had the biggest Lego Star Wars collection I had ever seen. His name was Jim, and we used to hang out all the time. A strange occurrence that happened every time I went to his house. It would completely pour. Every single time without fail. Jim and I would build and experience the fun of Legos and just being a kid, until one day he asked me if I had ever seen the movie Red Eye. When I was younger, I was petrified of horror movies. I only just became a fan of them thanks to Jiff, and now I can sit through any horror film without even batting an eye. Jim urged me to watch this stupid horror movie trailer, and after finally whining about it, I won. I didn't have to watch it. That didn't stop Jim from watching it though. I vividly remember sitting on the counter and listening to this trailer and watch Jim's eyes fill with curiosity and my ears fill with horror. Jim went on to tell me he heard about this ghost from his cousin and explained it exactly the way I explained it to you. Of course, it was pouring at Jim's house, and this is where the story could get kind of goofy, but the threat of Red Eye is still very, very present. I had to wash my hands in the bathroom after lunch. I exited the bathroom, and then about an hour later, Jim got up to use the bathroom but was shocked and confused as to why it was locked. There was absolutely no way I could have locked it from the outside. He shrugged it off and went into the other entrance of the bathroom as there were two doors. Nothing really strange happened until my dad came to pick me up. I saw a man in the pouring rain, and just out of the water and mist, I made out a man in a black hoodie just standing there. I squinted to get a closer look, and I saw that faint red glow through the fog of the rain. I was absolutely terrified, and I pushed it out of my head. Red Eye was just a figment of my imagination, I assume, my brain playing tricks on me, until I arrived back at Jim's house the next weekend. The same exact bathroom story had happened, but both doors were locked and the other door was never locked. To this day, I never understood how that happened. As I grew older and became less of a frightened child, the stories of Red Eye stayed in my mind. He was a cool ghost story to tell my friends late at night and spook anyone who wanted to listen. But as I got more mature, my curiosity got the better of me. I looked up to find the trailer. Since Jim and I were older, we grew apart and there was no way I could ask him for it. When I looked it up on YouTube, there was nothing there. There is a movie called Red Eye, sure, but it's not about a shape-shifting ghost with a glowing red eye. I kept looking with that same curiosity and horror I had felt those years ago. I could never find it. Still, to this day, I have never seen the trailer for Red Eye, and I'm hoping that someone who maybe shares the same experience could shed some more light on him and find this elusive film trailer. But the story doesn't end here. Not at all. The story continues on a drive with my family where I was explaining my supernatural occurrences. The only one who seemed to listen was my 4-year-old brother. About a month later, with no mention of Red Eye from my memory or from my brother, we were now on an out-of-state vacation, and I woke up in an unfamiliar state, and my brother ran into my room and says he saw Red Eye the night before. As you know, my heart absolutely sank. He wasn't scared or anything, he just completely was unfazed by what he had supposedly saw. This is one of the toughest files because there is no other evidence than my word. No video evidence or even other accounts recorded of Red Eye at all. I have searched the highs and lows of the internet to no avail. But one day, I know I will find answers. I don't know how to place this. I truly think that Red Eye is real, but there is no way to prove that. As for the trailer, it's a total mystery, so in general I think I'm going to have to call this file a mystery. Please, if you have any information on this specter, please like and leave a comment.
I remember at the time being really happy with this video and thinking it was among the best at the time. While I'm not so sure about that anymore, what I will say is, I find this mystery incredibly fascinating, and I associated the then upcoming Lighthouse film with it, which became one of my most hyped up movies ever, and one of my favorite movies ever.
This was an incredibly creepy mystery. I was not too involved behind the scenes with this one, but the Lighthouse film hype was real during this time. It was nice we got to participate in some of that hype.
A whole lifetime ago, a day after Christmas in 1900, a small ship sailed its way over to the lighthouse at Eilean Moor after noticing the lighthouse light was off. Eilean Moor was a minuscule island completely uninhabited, except for the lighthouse keepers. The name Flannan Isles, which was the chain of islands that included this one, actually derived from Saint Flannan, a 6th century Irish bishop who later became a saint. While he was alive, he built a chapel on the island where shepherds brought over sheep to graze, but never stayed the night as they believed spirits haunted the spot. They eventually abandoned this island along with St. Flannan himself. In 1899, it was decided that this island required a lighthouse, as it was difficult to navigate it when the less than stellar conditions occurred, which throughout history has been proven commonplace. The man in the small ship was James Harvey, and when he saw that the light to the lighthouse was off, he was suspicious. The suspicions arose further when he received no greetings when he reached the island. This led him to blow his horn and shoot a warning flare, but there was no response. James Harvey naturally was quite uneasy at this point, but went up to the lighthouse himself to investigate. According to reports from Harvey himself, he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding on his long ascent to the top of the cliff. Once he reached the lighthouse, he noticed an abundance of issues. The door to the lighthouse was unlocked, the clock stopped, the beds were unused, and the crew was missing. As soon as Harvey realized this, he ordered a widespread search across the island, but nothing and no one was found. That being said, there was evidence all over the island as to what could have happened to the men, so let's take a look at some of it. First off, there was clear evidence of storm damage. Volunteers noted that the western landing had storm damage as the iron railings of the trolley tramway were lifted from their foundation, broken in several places, and the box containing the mooring ropes had vanished, despite being anchored and firmly wedged into a crevice. A life buoy was also torn off, 110 feet above sea level, suggesting that the storm was quite severe. The crew's log entries also provide clues as towards the end, they became, well, quite odd. They told of an otherworldly storm, so intense that all the keepers feared for their lives. MacArthur, who was known as a tough guy, was huddled in the corner, praying and weeping, and Ducat, the senior keeper, was silent and dazed throughout. Perhaps the strangest thing was the final log entry. It read, "Storm ended, sea calm, God is over all." To this day, nobody knows exactly what this means, and we don't either. If you think you have an idea as to what it could possibly mean, we'd love to hear it, so go ahead and comment down below. Now, like usual, there is a plethora of theories in this generation-old mystery, so let's get started. Let's start with, in all honesty, the least likely outcome, the paranormal. Like we said before, this island was founded by St. Flannan, and he and his shepherds were reportedly haunted by spirits that have been described as little people. That being said, with how long ago this occurred and the subject matter, this can be very well passed off as an urban legend. Honestly, there is like a 1% chance that this can be true, but I mean, it's definitely not. So, let's move on to the next theory. The next theory people have come up with over the years is that one of the members killed the others before killing himself. This theory actually does make some sense and holds some weight. This job has been described as a very lonely one, as while you do have your crew with you, there's literally not a single soul on this island, and if you look out, all you will see is the blue abyss. This is a recipe for insanity, and with the storms making it all the more claustrophobic, it's entirely possible that one of these members just snapped. The single most plausible theory I've seen regarding the matter is that they were all swept away by a sea wave during the storm. This is an extremely simple answer, but oftentimes in situations like this, that can be the case. It does not have to be a grand revelation, it could be something simple, and in this case, I believe it was, and there were a surplus of evidence that supports this. Let's start with the fact that two of the members were previously fined for not storing gear properly in prior storms. This was most definitely in the back of their minds, so much in fact that they most likely went out during the gale and were subsequently struck by the wave, being dragged to the ocean where they never returned. Now, there was a rule in place that stated that the lighthouse may never be empty, meaning that only two of the members could have checked on the gear in the storm, leaving one. It's possible that the remaining member was worried when the others didn't return in time, or he saw a wave in the distance and scrambled over there to check. Once he did that, he too was swept away. With all that being explained, some may point out that this contradicts the log entries, as they would never check the gear if the members were praying on the ground while weeping, and silent like the logs explain. The thing is though, some claim that these logs in fact are a hoax. I can't definitively confirm this, but some people have pointed out that this story only became a large mystery after a poem titled Flannan Isle was released a full 12 years later. It's also very important to note that these logs only became known in the 1920s when a magazine was released. This makes it tough to believe that these logs were even factual. If they weren't, it would basically prove the aforementioned theory correct. It would no evidence to overturn this claim. I'm gonna say that these logs weren't real, and these men were simply taken away by a massive tidal wave. So yeah, this mystery is debunked. These men had a history of negligence and had items be swept away before. Stricken with the possibility of this occurring once more, they went out to store the gear despite a squall and were swept away never to be seen again. The third guy then either saw a wave or wondered why they never returned, and when he went out, he too met the same fate. It seems that this centuries-old infamous mystery, a mystery so infamous it inspired a Doctor Who episode, and inspired a statue to be created in these men's honor, had an extremely simple outcome.
At the time, this became our new longest video of all time, and I was so happy to finally get past that barrier and have a new record breaker. The early dad videos give me a ton of nostalgia. There was such a unique type of allure to it all, and when I think of the series, these earlier videos are still the ones I think of.
We definitely really covered Dad, but by this point I was tapped out of ARGs. This was completely GIF. I look back fondly on it, but the slog of getting through a script of an ARG I wasn't super into was crazy. I think it took me a month just to get that audio in. We did get to meet Dad eventually, and it was a really cool experience of actually meeting someone we covered.
Now, a while back, we stated that we would not be covering ARGs anymore unless they were incredibly unique, and that's because we were frustrated. ARGs, when done right, are some of the finest entertainment on this platform we call YouTube, so naturally we always want to cover these, and actively search for the next great one. 90% of the time though, this has led to frustration. So many ARGs right now are just copycats of others and bring nothing new to the table. In the worst case, it even led to us cancel a video of ours out of frustration, which led to hours of wasted work and unnecessary stress, all for nothing. During this time of frustration, I heard of this ARG simply titled Dad, but just passed it off, as I was too frustrated to even look at one. But little did we know, I would be passing one of the most unique and complex ARGs I've ever seen. Basically, it was everything I wanted in an ARG. Dad is an ARG, well, about a dad of course. Unlike most ARGs though, this one doesn't focus on distorted ear-screeching audio and equally distorted filmmaking. It actually features great cinematography and great background music to accommodate it. It's also not that scary, but is still unsettling enough to weird you out, but it also is funny sometimes too. They also post very consistently instead of taking colossal hiatuses. In every sense of the word, it is truly unique. We've never seen anything like this one before. Clearly this is catching on with people too, as it is one of the biggest ARGs in recent memory, and today we are finally going to give it the attention it undoubtedly deserves. As of this recording, the last video uploaded to the channel was the 46-second live dad show video, and the only reason why I'm saying this is because this ARG is very much active still, and in the future a lot of content could release that may possibly contradict what is said here. Now with all that out of the way, the first video on this channel is appropriately titled Dad Uploaded, and is a very mystifying introduction to the series. The video begins with Dad's eyes going from normal to white multiple times. After this, he's just wandering around, all confused, and the reason for his confusion will be apparent later. A note for this video would be that he seems obsessed with the true value hardware, and that is fairly important to know what's going on forward. The next video is titled Dad is Awake, and could very well be seen as the first true video, as it starts the formula that nearly every video follows up with. This video shows that Dad is about to head off to work. Before he departs, he mentions everything he needs, including a kiss from his wife, which he does not receive. This seems to confuse Dad, who does not really know what to do as the video ends.
Now I just need a kiss on the cheek from my loving wife to send me on my way. Cheryl? Cheryl? Where could she be? Huh. Dad's always the first to leave. How will Dad make it through the day without love from wife? Okay, calm down. Let's think for a second. Dad'll just wait. But Dad can't wait. He'll be late for a job. What is going on here? How does Dad know if wife loves him without a kiss?
Right off the bat, we get to see how Dad acts, and yeah, he acts pretty weird. He seems extremely robotic, whether it's his strange way of walking he did in the first video or the strange way of speaking. Oh yeah, and one more thing. Notice how Dad is silent at the start of this video, but when this strange orb shows up, he begins talking. It's almost like there's a connection there, but more on that later. The following video is dubbed Dad is Home, and here we see Dad exhausted after a long day of work, and again he wants to kiss his wife, and he still does not get it. Actually, his family is nowhere in sight again, which has him worried, ending this video.
Dad sure is tired. Dad'll feel good once he gets a nice kiss on the cheek from his beautiful wife. I love you, Cheryl. I think boss really liked my presentation. Maybe I'll be promoted to executive worker. Then, when Dad has enough saved, he can quit and become #1 YouTuber. I'm an executive dad for my loving family. Family, Dad's home. That doesn't sound like my family. That sounds like silence. Wife? Daughter? Where did they go? Where's Dad's family?
In this video, we get to see one of Dad's huge goals getting mentioned, which has become the #1 YouTuber. Whether or not this will eventually happen is still yet to be determined, but I definitely think he'll do it. Dad's dinner is the next video, and starts with him all alone at the dinner table with canned food, and him again wondering where his family is. The orb returns, magically opening up the canned food and having it placed on the table, where the dad stares at it with a frown, undeniably because he has to eat it all alone. Dad's family is the direct follow-up, where we finally see his family, which includes a wife and 1 daughter. Apparently they went out to dinner without him, which of course makes him upset. They both head to bed, which still has him upset, ending the video. As far as his family goes, they are almost as odd as him.
We went out to the restaurant because we thought you were working late tonight.
I didn't work late. I worked regular. What did you guys have to eat?
We had dinner and dessert. I had vegetables and fruit. Mom had sandwich and toffee. What did you have, Dad?
I had a can of food. It tasted horrible eating it alone.
That's nice, honey. I'm tired now. Good night, Mom and Dad. I'm going to go read in bed. Don't stay up late, Dad.
But what about our nightly family chat? I wanted to tell you guys about True Value's great deals.
The next video is called Dad is the Greatest YouTuber and shows a chair which has Felix the cat sitting on top of a pie. In case you didn't get the reference, Felix is PewDiePie's first name, that's why Felix the cat is standing on top of a pie. He's here because at the time he was the #1 YouTuber, and Dad's goal is to beat him, so what does he do? He smashes it, of course. Family Phone Calls is one of the most important videos in the entire series, as it really kickstarts the conflict that will soon be underway. The title is self-explanatory, as the mom and the daughter are both on the phone. The daughter is talking to Griffin, which is presumably her boyfriend. Nothing strange there. The mom's phone call, however, is fishy. Dad asks who she is talking to, which throws her very off guard, where she suspiciously responds with Diane before running off. The next video, Nice Axe, shows who she was really talking to. This man is referred to as the neighbor, and it is seen in this video chopping wood. That's it. The next video's title is just kissing emoji, so I guess that's what we'll call it. Anyways, this video has Dad reminiscing on the first time he met his wife, which according to him was 5 eons ago. If you don't know what an eon is billions of years, and he met her 5 eons ago. This kickstarts an overarching theory that I'm sure many of you might have been thinking already, and that is that they aren't human. That being said, another big moment occurs at the end of this video, where Dad walks off screen and someone kisses him. Many people believe this to be Diana, his wife's friend.
Oh.
Mom vacuums is the following video, and well, she does what the title says. While vacuuming, she comes across a dad magazine. Now, it's never revealed as to what is in the magazine, but whatever it is, it absolutely pissed off the wife. So much that it appears that she even glitches up at the end.
What's this? Oh my. Dad!
Family dinner is a direct follow-up to the aforementioned video, and it starts with a family dinner. Dad, of course, is very happy that they are all eating together, but that ends up being short-lived. Daughter asks if Griffin can come over, and while Dad says no, Mama immediately interrupts and says yes, undoubtedly in an attempt to annoy Dad. She then shows the magazine, which leaves everyone in a gasp, ending the video. Dad is Offline is perhaps the most important video yet. In this one is revealed that they are in the server, and a wife is going to shut it off. The wife even says that it isn't up to her, and in order for the server to come back, he needs to hit 5,000 subscribers. At the end of the video, we get to see what it's like to have the server off, and it's just nothing. It's pitch black.
Oh, look at that. It's already off.
The following video is another huge one, and apparently was only uploaded because Dad got a hold of the neighbor's Wi-Fi password and used it to upload this one. Besides the very first video, this is the only other one where he is outside. Like the first video, he is definitely confused again, and now we know why. It's because he is in a normally small room, a room that is being controlled by someone. Out here, Dad learns that he can't talk. This was a question I had before too. I was always wondering why they would speak without moving their lips. And at least to me, it seems in that specific room, your thoughts speak for you. It's either that or they speak telepathically to each other.
Huh? Dad. 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 Dad has voice.
Eventually, he stumbles across someone, a real guy, not one of them, and it's just as awkward as you would expect. During their ultra awkward conversation, he mentions his daughter's age, which is 3 eons, and also asks the guy if he wants to go shopping at True Value, reinstating his strange obsession for that place. Now these next 3 videos are also super unique for an ARG, and that's because they are songs. Now don't get it twisted, the whole point of this series wasn't just to promote his music like some other channels have done in the past. The only reason he did this is because he believes it is an important step into becoming the #1 YouTuber. Also, the songs actually provide quite a bit of lore to the series, so let's analyze them. Can't Be Stopped is the first song, and it starts off with his daily routine, and then he hits us with a set of bars that absolutely shocked me. He says, "Daydream of the older days, days spent under Kepler rays represent 22b. Wow, Kepler 22b. For those of you who don't know, Kepler 22b is a planet located 587 light years away. It is widely known as being the planet with the highest probability of featuring life. What Dad did right there was basically confirm that he is from Kepler 22b. He is an alien. He also mentioned that his body is infinite, talks about True Value again, and makes up the sickest dance moves ever. The next song is titled True Value, and what do you think this one is about? Yeah, he basically praises True Value throughout it. However, it is important to note that he mentions the neighbor's shed, and how he definitely isn't jealous of it. That being said, there is something incredibly important lying in this video, and that is in the form of a message. At the very beginning of the video, there is a low contrast piece of text, which is practically inside the background and is very easy to miss. The text says, "Where is CFB-DSIR?" If you search Google CFB-DSIR, you see a planet with the same name. This is a dwarf planet which has no star and freely orbits space. Why does Dad need to know where this planet is? The song Diane is possibly the most interesting one. He starts off by saying that Mom keeps his blood pumping and he loves her and her kisses, but wonders why he has feelings for Diane whenever she comes over. Dad seemingly mentions the kiss at the end of the Kiss video from way back, and says it was a dream and he would never commit romantic treason, but still says that Cheryl is special, but Diane is at another level.
But that Diane is on another level.
This video also features another interesting message in the form of a low contrast text again. This time it simply says, "We miss you." Strange. Now that's all for the music videos, but quickly before we return to normal uploads again, let's quickly check out the channel YouTube Server, a channel that started appearing in all of Dad's comments starting here. It's also one of Dad's subscribed channels. There are only 2 videos on the channel, but it seems in the world of this ARG, this is the official YouTube channel. In the first video, they welcome us to YouTube, showing us all the benefits to joining the sites, but one really strange thing is that they show off some of the original creators, and they just show Will Smith and Jimmy Fallon. That's when it dawned on me that this channel is a commentary for YouTube and Google as a whole. Look, it's no secret that YouTube's recommendation system is kinda stupid, and for some reason they seem to love promoting celebrities like Will Smith and Jimmy Fallon instead of promoting actual YouTubers. But more importantly, this is the server that somehow got a hold of Dad and is controlling him, showing the immense power that Google has in this world. The only other video that was uploaded to the YouTube server channel was a video titled "For Internal Use Only." This video is literally this image with some very ominous music in the background. Venturing into the comments gives us some very strange results as well. In there, Dad had a very strange comment, which apparently translates to, "I'm coming." YouTube server also commented saying to disregard this video and check out their other one. I also found an incredible comment, which found out that the ominous music were noises that Kepler 22b makes. If you search up Kepler 22b noises on YouTube, the audio sounds almost the exact same. That was a great find that definitely cleared things up. But now, let's get back into the actual videos. The first real video back is Fantasy Story. In this video, we see that the family is going to go to the park. The sister is dressed how she loves it and Mom brought her favorite mom book. Dad, however, isn't talking. That's until that strange thing appears on the floor and he starts talking again.
Honey?
Cheryl, what book is that?
It seems to control him and the things around him. The mom mentions that her book is a fantasy book, and Dad says he has a fantasy too and whispers, "Fifth gear wide open."
Dad has a fantasy.
What do you mean, honey?
Fifth gear wide open.
Now I have no idea what that means, so if you know, write a comment down below. At the end screen of the video, we see binary, which translates to Mom's book. If you look at what exactly the mom's book was, her book is called Dirty Little Secret, which is a romantic novel, and that's definitely not a coincidence, as the mom is clearly into the neighbor. The next video, Mom Home Alone, confirms this even further, as she has the wood that he chopped up way earlier and is now holding it. Now I'm not gonna comment on that metaphor, but as the video ends, the dad's shadow appears, suggesting that he now knows what is going on. And at the very end, we see more binary, and this time it says, "Nice axe." The following video, Neighbor Visits, starts off with Dad wondering why Mom is being so weird, when the neighbor just walks in. The strangest thing about the neighbor is that he actually talks.
Hey Dad, how are you?
Oh, hey neighbor. Dad doesn't feel great.
The dad later mentions that she got mad at a magazine that wasn't actually hers, and when the neighbor asks if he's sure about that, the orb appears with the magazine and the neighbor walks off suspiciously, and the dad says, "Maybe it is mine." The video Dad's Chores sees Dad with some wood. In a moment reminiscent of when the neighbor did this, the orb appears with an axe, and Dad chops. As he chops, he has some thoughts about everything that's going on, until something crazy happens. We start to hear whispers, and they aren't from Dad.
Neighbor, then shut the ground, the husband down, go to neighbor, shut the tree.
Dad's chores are done.
The whispers say, "Andon, we miss you. Andon, can you hear me? Dad, wake up. Can you hear me?" Now that is crazy. Who is talking to him? What do they mean by wake up? Well, in order for us to have some time for all that to sink in, we don't have a proper video for a little while again, and instead we have 4 songs in a row. That being said, this isn't entirely a break, because like you saw last time, there were a plethora of important clues and information embedded in the lyrics and codes. The first of the 4 songs is called Dad Feels Good, where he mentions things that make him, well, feel good. One of these is Kepler VR, but then he mentions some more normal things. The craziest part, just like the last song, is the binary. In this one, we get a mind-blowing code. When translated, it says Lieutenant Emily Ridley. This is bass, come on in. This is a huge piece of the overall narrative and makes it seem like someone from a mission is trying to contact him, a huge piece that makes more sense later. The second of the 4 songs is Dad Is On. This song talks about Dad moving his limbs in such a non-human way. It just further confirms the fact that he is, in fact, not human. He also mentions that the server sees everything he does, and at a point in this video, there is more binary, and it's another big message. It translates to, "Andon, come in, this is bass." It seems to continue what that woman was whispering to him in the chores video. It also shows us what Dad's name is, Andon, right? Well, that's what many people think, but it's actually wrong. You see, there is another piece of binary that links us to a German-dubbed episode of the TV show Lost, and a man in the show refers to some islanders as Andon.
Andon! Was? Andon! Andon! Was machst du? Was? Andon!
And in the show's wiki, Andon is translated to others. This discovery changes everything, as almost everyone I've come across thinks his name is Andon, but that's not true, and the use of others actually makes sense in the grand scheme of the plot. The next song is Dad Bod, and this one is super self-explanatory, because it's all about shaking that dad bod. In all seriousness, there are some interesting lyrics in this song yet again, as he mentions that he left his home planet looking for some fun, and yep, there's more binary. This time it links us to an article and says P19, first 7. This means that you have to go to paragraph 19 and read the first 7 words of the article. When reading that, it says, "I think I found a way in." The final song, Dad Feels Golden, is about him riding a motorcycle. That's really about it. However, they do mention 5th gear wide open again, and I still don't know what that means. Towards the end of the song, the female whisper returns saying, "Dad, there is nothing stopping you now. Never turn back. 5th gear wide open. Goodbye."
There's nothing stopping you now. Never turn back. 5th gear wide open.
Returning back to the regular videos, we begin with Sneaking Out, where we see the daughter wanting to sneak out, but her conscience keeps speaking to her with both viewpoints. After putting wine on the table for Mom, she decides to go through with it, and leaves as the video ends. We follow this video up with Dad Daydreams, where he looks at some true value sales and mentions some light bulb watts that could see through to another dimension. He also mentions wanting to build a shed that would be better than the neighbor's shed, and finishes the video wondering what could be in the neighbor's shed. The next video, Shed, is a little strange. It shows a minister's shed and Dad destroys it. That's literally it. No binary code either. Well, okay, let's just move on. Dad Loves Mom comes next, and this is perhaps the strangest video on the entire channel. It shows the orbs in a different way than usual. This time they are functioning as the classic angel and demon on each other's shoulder thing, where one orb is making Dad say he loves Diane and the other one says Ella, and he vanishes. Ella, we have a new character now, because this character was never mentioned until now, but now we'll have to wait and see her connection to Dad. After that, time reverses rather quickly with the Kepler 22b music again. And Dad appears in a super futuristic place, and then it ends. Real quick, I have to say that before we get to the next video, it's important to note that a 17-minute video was made, but this video features all existing footage, but it's all just put in one place, so there's no need to analyze that. There's a music video on an existing song that's slightly different, but that's also really not worth analyzing, as it isn't that different. And there's also a video where Dad shouts out the YouTuber Inside a Mind for making a video on him. That's cool, but again, not worth analyzing. That being said, I hope he does that to us. But the next video on the channel is what I believe to be the absolute best video on the entire channel, and that is Dad, Betty Dad, Act 2, Part 1. The video opens up with the planet being very close to Earth, which most likely is CFB-DSIR, the dwarf planet which moves sporadically. We then cut to what is presumably a car moving, and it stops right next to a crashed astronaut. A man in black walks up to the astronaut, turns it over, and it's Dad. We then flash into Dad's memories, which features a woman that he is with, and one that we haven't seen before, who at one point on a name tag is shown to be named Ella. Whatever the case is, they are clearly separated now, but were in a relationship in the past. It also shows an astronaut that was also with him. She is the aforementioned Emily, the person that tried to contact him, and this is the mission they were on together. The following video is a song, and this one is titled Dad Loves Mom. This song is basically about the role Mom has over Dad. She completely controls him, which was kinda already established in previous videos, but this just confirms it even further. At one point in the video, we have a freeze frame that only lasts for 1 second, and shows Dad dancing with someone that definitely isn't Mom, so it is presumably Diane. The next video was originally titled Carl, but apparently was changed to Private, and this is an extremely important one. Here we see a new guy, Carl, wanting to find out more about Dad. He walks up to where Dad resides and enters. Now, believe it or not, this actually isn't the first time we've heard of Carl in this series. Apparently, he frequently leaves hints in videos and is also commonly seen on the official Discord to the ARG, where he documents his findings there. I forgot where, but it is also stated that Carl hates YouTube server and the power it/Google has. The next proper video is Obey the Server, and it is another song. In this one, I kinda interpreted it as a piece of propaganda. For starters, we see Dad's hand turn on the computer, so clearly he is watching this, and the song mentions how Dad uploads so he's eternal. It constantly says to obey the server. It mentions how the family lives for their observers, which in that case is us, the audience. It constantly preaches that life online is so much cooler, and that shows to me at least that YouTube server is brainwashing people into always being on their site and gaining tons of power in the process. The following video is one of the most important ones yet, and that video is Little Towels. In this video, we see the blue orb put some pancakes on the table. Normal stuff, and he sits at the table and eats a pancake. The craziest part though is that while he is there, wife sprints up at him with canned food and he says, "Who are you?" But when he eats his food, he reverts back to his dad personality.
Oh, pancakes. Wait, where am I? Hey, who are you? Stop. Good food. Thanks, Cheryl.
This is mind-blowing and was absolutely instrumental to me being able to piece together the story, which I will explain later. The next video is his 40,000 subscriber surprise, and while it isn't that important, I thought that it could be necessary to add that Mom is getting him a gift for this milestone, and maybe that gift will be important. That's the only reason I added this, but at the time of recording, that gift has yet to be seen. Admittedly, there are a couple fillers over here. The dad reviews food video is pretty entertaining, but really doesn't add anything to the narrative at all, and neither does this Jamie Foxx and dad video, even though that one was absolutely hilarious. That leads us to Laszlo, probably the creepiest video on the entire channel. It is a dark one, and is the intro to a new character named Laszlo, of course. The creepy part is when she opens her eyes. Red and blue. These are common colors throughout the series. The backdrop is red and blue, and so are the orbs. What is the significance? Why are her eyes that color? It also appears that she is quite young with her voice. Unfortunately, at the time of making this video, there haven't been any answers as to who Laszlo is, so we're kinda left in the dust with this one. Daughter Snuck Out is the next video, and is a continuation of when the daughter snuck out a while back. Apparently, she's in a part of town she's never been to before, and Griffin is nowhere in sight. Her phone eventually dies, and since she is far from home now and has no GPS, she doesn't know how to get back. To make matters worse, an ominous figure walks up to daughter as the video ends. The final video we will mention is Dad Guy, and yeah, this is his cover of Bad Guy, and to be honest, it's better than the original. In all seriousness, there isn't anything too important worth mentioning in the lyrics, but in the video itself there is something pretty creepy. Throughout the video as he dances, you can see an officer in the back with a YouTube button on their uniform, showing us that they work for a YouTube server. They just watch him for whatever reason, and since it's all black, they could possibly be the people that found daughter, and to an even larger extent, could possibly be the people that found Dad way back when he crash landed here. And that wraps up all the videos. Or does it? No, there are far more. Now, the actor behind these videos is Nathan Barnett, and he is a YouTuber, and on New Year's Day of this year, he made a video titled "Ignore This Video," where he made it seem like he was leaving YouTube. At the end of the video, when he walks off though, who do we see? Dad. Another video he made about this is titled "My Lawyer Made Me Say This," and the end message says that there is something who looks exactly like him, but isn't him. So in this universe, we have someone that looks exactly like him, performing a character he did as a joke a while ago. That's really weird, but also helps me in a way to piece together the story. And as a matter of fact, I think it's time to put this story together. So, let's do this. Okay, a while back someone crash landed down with someone else, who is Emily. They are from Kepler 22b and had a mission to go to CFB DSIR, for reasons that are still shrouded in mystery, but eventually crash landed on Earth. In the world of this ARG, Google is very powerful, and a YouTube server worker found him and took him in, but not his girl, because it is shown that she walked away. Dad awoke in the facility we always see, where he was undoubtedly fed the canned food that erases his memory, and where he was definitely brainwashed into believing that the wife and daughter that we see are his own, even though they are not. Now, this wife and daughter are most likely either actors that are trained to work with biocomputers, or they are already biocomputers themselves. The neighbor is an actor, and the only reason why he speaks is so that Dad will speak to normal people better, because at the end of the day, this is all an experiment by Google. Google wants their entertainment to feature biocomputers instead of actual people. Why biocomputers? Because it is shown that they can control them, and with their main goal being power, they want to control all that they can. But Dad isn't a human being, at least not one from our planet, and isn't training as easily, so this is why his memories sometimes return to him. One thing I can't really answer is the connection Dad has to Nathan Barnett. If he came from another planet, why does he look exactly like Nathan? And why does he take after his character? I'm not entirely sure, but I have found a possible connection, and it involves his name, Andon, which as we said means other. Is he called other because he is the other Nathan? That sounds like it makes sense, but again, how is that possible? Wow, that was an absolute mouthful, and we definitely still didn't figure everything out, but hopefully with time as new videos release, we learn more. I'm fairly confident about the analysis here, but for now, this file is undetermined, but maybe someday when the story concludes, we can debunk it.
I don't have much to say regarding this other than we were out of ideas and needed something to cover. We would genuinely never cover something like this due to the fact that it was an active investigation going on with no way we could achieve really anything with it. Felt more like an attention grabber for something that didn't warrant 2 YouTubers getting involved in.
I don't have too much to say about this video. All I know is that, like Sep said, we were totally out of ideas. We always wanted to cover current, relevant mysteries, but we didn't often get that chance, since it's kinda hard to come by that sort of thing. But this Dominican Republic story became a major headline, and we covered it because of that.
Most of you know what has been happening in the Dominican Republic. I especially have seen the headlines whenever I open Google up, and every time I see it, it's just baffling that another person died in the same place, and it's all supposed to be unlinked. If you don't know what's been going on, it's as simple as this. 9 completely different people went on a vacation all at different times around this month and last, and have died on vacation, and it is causing many concerns to anyone who had planned a trip this summer. I'm going to break down each person and how they unfortunately passed away. Joseph Allen. Allen had not been feeling well at all, but still went out to party with friends. The morning after, the cleaning crew found him dead. Autopsy is being done soon in the States. Cause of death is still unknown. Nathaniel Holmes and Cynthia Day. Holmes and Day had missed the checkout time, and when the front desk was alerted, they checked on the room and the couple were both found dead. Both with internal bleeding, both showed signs of pre-existing medical problems, and the cause of death is known but won't be shared until toxicology results are completely finished. Layla Cox. The hotel had came and said that her cause of death was a heart attack, but her son thinks differently. He said, and I quote, "I truly believe if she were anywhere else in the world besides the Dominican Republic, she'd be alive right now." Many people believe what Cox's son is saying and think there's no way these 9 strange deaths are coincidental. Plenty of people believe this could be an act of terrorism since every victim has been American. The theory holds enough weight to be intriguing, but not enough weight to actually be investigated or anything of the sort. Maybe sometime in the future we get a clear idea on this theory. Miranda Schwab Warner. Schwab Warner actually checked into the hotel the exact same day that Holmes and Day had died. She took pictures of the room and sent them to her husband Dan. She died of a heart attack and respiratory failure. Her toxicology report has still not been revealed. Yvette Monique Sport. Sport had 1 drink from the minibar, took a shower, and her fiancé woke up to her dead the next morning. Cause of death was ruled as heart attack, but tests are still being performed. David Harrison. Harrison stayed at the Hard Rock with his wife and 12-year-old son and died the next day. Cause of death was again heart attack and respiratory failure. A lot of these have drinking in common as well as staying at the Hard Rock. It doesn't seem to be a coincidence as the Dominican Republic Hard Rock is removing their alcohol dispensers to hopefully put a stop to the deaths. No one is still completely sure what is going on. Back to examining each person and their cause of death. Robert Bell Wallace. Wallace owned a California construction company. While staying at the Hard Rock in Punta Cana, he had a few drinks from the minibar and died 3 days later. His cause of death is still to be determined. Chris Palmer. Palmer was a military veteran who worked as a scuba instructor. He was staying at a resort close enough to the same Hard Rock where many mysteriously lost their lives. Palmer had complained of a headache and then mysteriously died. Cause of death was that he choked on his own vomit, but his family did come out and say prior to his death he was completely healthy. That closes the curtain on the people who unfortunately lost their lives so similarly, and almost all were in the same place at different times. Like I said earlier, the Hard Rock has removed their alcohol dispenser to hopefully prevent more deaths. Alcohol poisoning might be a ruling since over 50 people got seriously ill, but fortunately survived. Hopefully the Hard Rock's act of removing the dispenser will help even a tiny bit. If I could take a guess to even try and solve a mystery not even the Dominican authorities could solve, I'd take a jump and say that maybe there is something wrong with their alcohol dispensaries, and it could be poisoning people who are more likely to be affected by it.
And of course, the aforementioned terrorism theory is another one worth mentioning.
This is obviously still a mystery, and since we couldn't solve it, hopefully soon the authorities can and prevent more deaths.
I was so excited for these collabs. It was our first large-scale collaboration like this, and I'll never forget those memories. I'll never forget reaching out to Inside a Mind, and him actually answering and saying yes. As very small YouTubers at the time still, I was so shocked. It finally felt like we were having our moment in a way, and I was so damn excited. Unfortunately, almost all of the video is just a really boring story. The video did do very good and kinda saved our asses, but it's a pretty rough watch. At least to me.
You can see we were going through a rough patch here. We were proud of this, and I'm still happy with who we got to work with, but man, this is one of the hardest of our old videos to watch. An aesthetic disaster from every angle.
The world of Reddit is one filled with mystery and intrigue, and a large reason for that is because there is a subreddit for basically anything you can possibly imagine. That's great if you were interested in a ton of stuff like us, but it's also a double-edged sword, as the weirdos that scour the internet also get to look and post about practically anything they want. One of the subreddits that has always attracted a lot of attention is the Confessions subreddit. Now, the title is self-explanatory. If you have a confession that you want to get off your chest, just post it here. This place has simple confessions like, I've never solved the Rubik's Cube before, and there are also deeper confessions about serious issues in an individual's life. However, there is that third boat that floats around, and I like to call it the really, really strange confessions boat, and today I will be sharing one of the posts that I have found. The title of the post reads, I stood by and allowed my wife to almost kill our son. I was happy she did it. And wow, yeah, that's pretty weird to say the least. Now, this is a very long post, and since it needs to be read in its entirety to be solved, what I decided to do was bring in a couple of awesome channels and just read this post in its entirety for you. And after that's done, we will talk about it. So sit back, get nice and comfy in your chair or bed, or wherever you are, grab some popcorn, and let's do this.
Okay, fair warning, this one is long as hell, apologies for that, but this is very hard for me, and I've been carrying it around for a lot of years. On the advice of my therapist, I've written it all out to try and work out my feelings on it. He didn't advise me to submit it to Reddit, of course, but I have struggled with this for a long time, and I need to hear other people's opinions on it. I still really have no idea how I feel about it, even after all these years, but I will submit for judgment by the masses. I know I did wrong on some things, probably a lot of things. I tried to do my best that I could. My son was very troubled. Very troubled. If you've seen the movie We Need to Talk About Kevin, it will really help to understand what I'm talking about. Because I swear to God, when I watched that film, I thought I was watching a documentary on my life. I felt the writer must have had cameras hidden in my damn house. That's how accurate it was. The only difference in that movie, the boy appears normal to his father and only reveals his true nature to his mother. With my son, he didn't have that mask. His insane behavior was the same with everyone. From the day he was born, my son just came out wrong. He was planned. My wife and I tried to get pregnant and were ecstatic when he was born. He was wanted and loved. We showered affection on him and really tried to give him a happy childhood. But from the day we brought him home from the hospital, he was miserable. He cried for 13 months straight. I'm not exaggerating, 13 months without a break. He cried until he had no voice left and kept crying. You could see his little face scrunched up and no sound coming out. There were times where he would literally be crying in his sleep. I've never seen or heard any other kid able to do that. We brought him to the doctors, specialists, tried changing his diet, held him, rocked him, toys, swaddling, music, mobiles, everything you could think of. Nothing worked. 13 months of grating, grinding, no sleep hell. Once he got over the crying stage, we thought we were out of the woods. but it quickly became clear that for some unknown reason, he was just angry at being alive. I never saw that kid have a genuine joyous smile once in the time I knew him. I saw him grin, a vicious, horrible grin many times, taking a perverse pleasure from causing pain or suffering on breaking a rule. But a smile from real pleasure at something nice? No, never. Not once. He had no interest in anything positive. He was fueled by hate, and everything he did was bent towards that. As soon as he could talk, his mission in life was to destroy things. He would break or try to break anything that came in his range. Smash it, chew it, throw it in the toilet, whatever he could. After a while, he figured out how to get his diaper off and took great pleasure in pooping and pissing anywhere he could. After a while, he figured out how to hide it and started pissing and pooping in places he wouldn't find right away, grinding it into the carpets, making it even more of a problem to clean and make the house stink. When he got older, ages 9 to 15, he would piss and crap in our bed until we got a lock on the door and he wasn't able to get in anymore. Then he'd just take a dump in the hallway in front of our room. That biological warfare started at around 2.5 years old, and he never grew out of it. I'll try to speed it up, as I could literally go on for days about this stuff, but as he grew older, he became more and more unmanageable. He would bite, kick, scream, scratch, and spit at anyone trying to do anything with him. He was kicked out of school twice before he was 9, then let him back in and then kicked him out for good. He had to change schools. The next one put him in a special class that kept him away from the other students. We had to install a door and a lock on the kitchen because he would steal knives and use them to gouge the walls, furniture, and chase people around with them. He was 10, he stabbed me pretty good in the hip and ass. I still have scars. As he grew older, he grew darker. He moved into setting things on fire and torturing local animals. There was a stray dog that hung out around the park near our house. My son blinded it in one eye with a barbecue fork. He would dip cats' tails in gasoline and light them on fire. He became a violent, stinking, vicious beast that lived in our house. We couldn't do anything with him. I will take this opportunity to preempt the tsunami of messages. Yes, we had the kid in therapy. He saw a psychiatrist twice a week and had God knows how many different medications prescribed to him over the years. Nothing worked. Therapy didn't work, meds didn't work, nothing worked. He was like a poison cloud of hate and fury lashing out at anything in his reach. When my son was 16, my wife got pregnant again. I can't tell you how different our reaction was. Instead of joy, we felt horror. This pregnancy had not been planned, and we really were at a loss over what to do. My son had been such an unending nightmare for 16 years. We couldn't take the idea of starting again from the beginning. We talked a lot about terminating. But A, access to abortion was not easy in those days as it is now, and B, my wife was very against it. We talked about my options. In the end, we decided that my wife would have the baby, and if it turned out evil, we would put it up for adoption. We knew we just couldn't do it again with another child like our son. We had a daughter. She was normal. Suddenly we saw what our lives should have been like the whole time, how things would have been had our son not been himself. She laughed at things. She breastfed without biting. She didn't have any teeth anyway, but you could tell she was just trying to eat, not tear her mum's breast off. After 4 months, she was sleeping through the night. She was happy. She was normal. I can't describe the relief of happiness we both felt. I don't have the words for it. This is where I believe I may have started really pulling back from my son. Up until that time, whatever mistake I made, I had always tried to do my best for my son. I am convinced of that. I tried to help him and love him and care for him. I really tried. But when my daughter was born, my wife and I both instinctively just turned towards her. She became our focus. Not from malice, but just because she was so much easier. She was so happy and sweet. Every moment we were with her was like magic. I understand this was wrong, but we honestly couldn't help it. I don't have a better explanation for that. my son hadn't cared about my wife being pregnant. I honestly don't know if he really understood it, but when we brought our daughter home, he started acting out even more. I didn't think it was possible, but he took it up another notch. At this time he was 17, and we were having blowout screaming matches daily. Usually, after we fought, he would storm out of the house and disappear for hours at a time, or come back the next morning. It was a relief. I started to actually look forward to our fights, because it would get him away from us for a while. After the birth of our daughter, my relationship with my son was almost entirely gone. Our only real interactions were screaming at each other. My wife was even worse with him. She just had nothing left. By that time, if our son ever came into the same room as her, she would just stop whatever she was doing and start screaming, "Get away from me, get away, get out," until he left. He started spending more and more time out of the house, which was a blessing for us. I have no idea what he got up to out in the world, but we were just happy it wasn't being inflicted on us. As a consequence of our son's behavior, we had invested heavily in locks around the house. All of the cheap, thin interior doors in our home had been replaced with thick, dense wood doors that couldn't be kicked through, equipped with keyed locks that my wife and I carried. I know it sounds extreme, but locks and heavy doors were the best way to create safe spaces from him. And again, before I'm inundated with messages, I was not locking my son in rooms like a prisoner. He had free reign of the house and could go as he pleased. My wife and I would lock ourselves in rooms to protect ourselves from him. If anything, we were the prisoners of our own home.
On this day in question, I had fought with my son in the morning and he had left the house in a rage. My wife and I were enjoying some peace and quiet in the kitchen while our daughter napped in our bedroom. And then my daughter began crying. Any parent who has a young child can tell you, you get used to the sound of your child's cries, and you can tell after a while what they need. They cry differently if they are hungry or need changing, or they're just restless and want to be held. Babies can communicate pretty well before they can speak. This cry was none of those things. This cry was terror, pure terror. The second we heard it, my wife and I were both up and out of our chairs and running to the room. The door was locked, of course, and it took a few seconds to get the key right in. When we opened it, we couldn't believe it. My son was in the room. We lived in a bungalow, and the bastard had climbed in the window to get to her. He was standing over her crib with a steak knife in his hand. I have no idea where he got it. It wasn't one of ours. We controlled our knives very carefully and always kept them in locked drawers. I think he may have stolen it from one of our neighbors' houses. He had broken her skin twice already, once in the belly area and once on her arm. I could see blood running down. When I entered the room, he was dragging the back of the knife down her face, not cutting, almost tickling, teasing her while she screamed. He looked up at us and smiled. Before I even knew what I was doing, I was already moving, running to put myself between them. I didn't think about it, I just moved instinctively. Even with that, my wife got there faster. It was like a movie on fast forward. She got to our son and bashed his hand away and threw her whole body weight against him, knocking him away from the crib and bouncing him off the wall. I picked up my daughter and held her while my wife screamed us. I could see her shaking, almost convulsing. I can remember the smell of the room, the sound of my daughter screaming and wailing, the look on my son's face as he stood there. Just nothing. Blank. Dead. There was nothing in his eyes. No emotion. He looked like an alien to me. I watched my wife take a step forward toward him. I could have reached out and stopped her, but I didn't. She stepped forward again, very close to him, and I could have stopped her again, but I didn't. She waited looking at him for maybe 3 to 5 seconds without moving, and then she punched him in the face. Now, until this point, you may have been picturing my wife as a typical woman, small frame, dainty, delicate. This is not the case. My wife does have a small frame, but dainty and delicate, she is not. Never has been since I've known her. Since her early teens, my wife has been a boxer. MMA didn't exist back then, but karate and boxing were big in those days, and my wife was a very talented amateur. She was about 130 pounds, she carried a lot of muscle, and she knew how to punch. I had 70 pounds on her back then, and I have no doubt that in a real fight between me and her, she could have and would have pounded me flat. Neither of us had ever laid a hand on our son in anger before, but something broke in her that day, and all the years of anger, pain, sorrow, and frustration just came pouring out. When she hit him, his head snapped back and blood started pouring out of his nose. He hardly reacted. He just looked at her with this shocked expression like he didn't know how to process what had just happened. She waited another second, and then she hit him again. I could have reached out and stopped her. I could have dragged her out of the room, taken her away, calmed her down, but I didn't. I just stood there and watched while she systematically started to pound him to a pulp. Every time he brought his hands to cover one part, she would blast him somewhere else. Body, head, over and over. He started screaming, crying out, yelling for her to stop. It's the most genuine reaction I'd ever seen him have to anything in his whole life. But she wasn't stopping. I watched her ramping up, hitting harder, faster, working him like a heavy bag. He tried to swing at her, and she slipped him easily. She was on autopilot, sinking down into her training. I stood there watching for a minute. Then I turned my back on them and took my daughter out of the room. I brought my daughter to the kitchen and gave her a bath in the sink. I found that he had cut her a third time, on the sole of her foot. All the cuts were superficial, but I cleaned her up and held her until she calmed. I put polysporin and band-aids on her cuts. In our bedroom, I could hear my son screaming, calling my wife horrible names, telling her he would cut her head off and rape her. After a while, I didn't hear him saying anything anymore. Didn't even hear him crying out. I assumed that he must have been knocked out, but I could still hear her beating him. That went on for a long time. Long enough for my daughter to drift off to sleep in my arms. I just sat at the kitchen table waiting for her to finish. Finally, she came out and sat down across from me. Her hands were swollen and red. Her face and arms were splattered with blood. Her chest was heaving. We just stared at each other without saying anything. After a while, I asked her, "Is he dead?" She looked back at me and answered, "I hope so." I nodded. That was all there was to say about that. I understood how she felt perfectly. I felt the same. I didn't know what to do, so we just sat there waiting silently. Eventually my wife started crying and went to go take a shower. I just stayed there holding our daughter. After a long while, I heard moaning and sobbing coming from our room. Turned out that my son wasn't dead. I went in to see how bad it was, and it was pretty bad. I've never seen a more merciless beating laid onto anyone, before or since. He was lying on the floor, rolling around with blood leaking out of his face, lying in a pool of vomit. His nose was squashed flat out across his face. Both of his eyes were completely swollen shut and started to blacken already. I could see that a couple of his fingers were bent out at weird angles and he had pissed his pants. I think he must have been missing teeth, but I couldn't see any on the floor, and I couldn't see inside of his mouth. His lips were all puffed up and swollen. From talking to my wife about it later, I know now that she had systematically beaten every part of his body, focusing heavily on his legs. She told me she kicked him in the groin repeatedly until her legs got tired and had kept beating his body long after he had passed out. When my wife came out of the shower, I still didn't know what to do about our son. I didn't know whether to call the police or an ambulance, take him to the hospital myself. I honestly had no idea what I was supposed to do. After a while, I realized that I simply didn't care what happened to him anymore, and we decided to just let him live or die on his own. There was an in-law suite in the basement that we had never really used, and my wife, my daughter, and I just moved down there. We simply ceded the top floor of the house to my son and locked everything down, separating our lives entirely. There was plenty of food in the upstairs cabinets, enough for a couple weeks or more. He had a washroom and bedrooms to use. We had a washroom in the basement, a small kitchenette, and a separate entrance, so we just stopped going upstairs. We just decided we were done with him. I figured we'd let his food run out and see what happened. Over the next week, we could hear him moving around upstairs sometimes. I think he just spent most of his time lying in bed recovering. I went to work, watching on high alert in case he attacked me in the driveway, but he never did. My wife stayed home with our daughter. She was never out of our sight. One night, we heard him going ballistic, smashing things and banging. We didn't respond. He never tried to get downstairs or get near us, though. I think he was afraid that if he got near us, my wife might finish the job on him. After 3 weeks down in the basement, we hadn't heard anything from above for a few days, and I ventured upstairs to the main floor of the house. The place was demolished, and there was no sign of my son. He was gone. It took months to repair the damage he had done and get the main floor back to normal again. There was food and feces smeared all over the walls and broken glass on the floor, big holes in the drywall. He had ripped the place apart. He tore up the linoleum in the corner of the kitchen and emptied an entire foam fire extinguisher into the living room. I feel thankful that he didn't burn the house down with us in it. I'm honestly not sure why he didn't. The kid wasn't shy about lighting things on fire. After that, I lived in fear every day that he would come back, that he would ambush us out of the blue and try to kill us. We moved house about 3 years later, and I finally stopped being afraid that he would show up again, as now he had no idea where we were. I finally felt safe from him. All this happened a long time ago. My son was born in the spring of 1971. My daughter was born in 88, and I'm an old man now. I'll be 70 this year, and my wife passed from cancer in 2016. My daughter is 31 now. I moved in with her and her husband after my wife passed. I've got 2 granddaughters, and they are the joy of my life. I see a therapist a couple times a month to talk about all this. I don't know where my son is. The last time I saw him was when he was lying on the floor of our bedroom, bleeding and smashed. I haven't heard from him since he left, more than 30 years now. I don't want to. I carry a lot of guilt from that time and a lot of conflicted emotions. I didn't beat him myself, but I allowed him to be beaten, and I thought he deserved it. I was happy it happened. I didn't try to kill him, but I would have been happy if he had died. I will say that I hope he was able to overcome his demons and go live a normal life somewhere. If he wasn't able to do that, if he stayed the way he was, then I truly do hope someone out there killed him. When I knew him, he was a rabid dog, and whichever way it went, I just hope he still isn't out there hurting anyone else.
Wow, that was the single most insane thing I have ever read. But of course, there is a bright glaring question in the forefront of all your minds right now, including mine, and this is, was this real? Well, let's find out. What I'm gonna do is put the arguments in favor for each side. What I mean by that is I will explain how it could possibly be genuine, and then show why it could possibly be fabricated, and finally come up with the conclusion. I'm going to start with the reasons why the story could be real, and that is simply a condition called ODD, which stands for Oppositional Defiant Disorder, the definition for it being a disorder in a child marked by defiant and disobedient behavior to authority figures. One of the comments under the post said that if you Google accounts of children with ODD, every read is a trip. And yeah, I read some accounts of children with this disorder, and they are actually crazy. While this could possibly be the case, while researching I did notice that I didn't find a case that lasted nearly as long as it lasted here, and there were other Redditors that commented about other people with ODD turning themselves around. So if this is real, this might not be the case of ODD, and could be a case of something more extreme, such as full-on sociopathy or psychopathy. Now onto the reasons as to why this story may be in fact a hoax. And I'm gonna start with some small things, like the age of the man. He is 69 years old, which is definitely a rare age to be using social media and writing a post like this. Again, this is kind of a nitpick, and it could be true, but you just don't normally see this. I think that the beating portion of the story and onward sounds ever so slightly fabricated too. It was shown with great detail that this person was beat to a pulp, and the police never got wind of this. Also, after he was absolutely obliterated and they moved to the basement, and they only stayed there for 3 weeks before he vanishes without a trace. Forever. I don't know about you, but after hearing just how bad he got beat up, I wouldn't think that he even been close enough in a condition to leave in just 3 weeks. Another reason this may be possibly fabricated is that it's just so well written, maybe even a little too well written. I don't know if this sounds like another absurd piece of criticism, but it's structured extremely well and feels like something that was planned out for a long time. The username simply being Crazysonthrowoff doesn't exactly help either. I don't see an old man making a Reddit username like that. It sounds almost like an alt account. Some might say that this even reads like a story on r/NoSleep, which is a popular subreddit dedicated to telling creepy stories, so why not post it there? Well, on NoSleep it is known that practically everything posted is fake. The Redditors here clearly didn't want this story to feel fake, so why would they post it there? Also, the Confession subreddit doesn't have many stories of this length, and the NoSleep subreddit does. So if we posted that story on NoSleep instead, it probably wouldn't have garnered nearly as much traction as it received in the Confession subreddit. And again, like mentioned earlier, it wouldn't be regarded as true on there either like he wants. This is most likely just a very talented writer who has had a passion to write this out for a while. It was posted on Reddit with the intention of raising an eyebrow and turning heads, and I'm willing to bet that the reactions he has gotten so far are the exact reactions he was envisioning. So after going through everything, it seems that we have debunked this mystery. I don't see anything in the future contradicting these claims that were just made right here. The only way this entirely shifts is if he comes out with a ton of proof regarding the situation, but that's highly unlikely. If he does though, believe me, we will be here to update you for sure.
This was another video released during our struggle to find actual good video ideas, except this one was also an unexpected hit, so it further saved us despite being a really stupid video with like no substance.
Another out of ideas type of mystery. It actually wound up doing alright despite being one of our most lackluster internet mysteries.
Very recently we decided to cover a mystery on Reddit, and it really was a long time coming. Reddit has some very intriguing mysteries out there, and that's because obviously you can post whatever you want. Last time we talked about an insane story, but this one is a little different. It's not a story at all, rather a picture with a very short caption. Previous owner of new house blocked this hidden basement room off with a shelf. Door does not lead outside. Attached with that is this image, and naturally it instantly sparked discussion. This is an ominous image, so the post blew up fairly fast. Obviously everyone was wondering what the hell was inside that door, and we received a few updates, all in the form of replies. The first of which was to someone simply telling him to open it, prompting him to say, "Likewise, horror movies have taught me that questions posed are always scarier and more interesting than any answer I can get out of it, so that is staying closed. Also, my dogs won't go anywhere near the door, so I am doubly not opening it." So that makes me wonder, why won't the dogs go near it? It's very strange. Perhaps it's his psyche. He made a lot of replies after this, with most of them saying pretty much the same things like, "The mystery is always better than the end result, and I'll open it eventually." Thing is though, he never did open the door. This post was made 4 months ago, and we were yet to see behind the barricaded door. He hasn't made a post in 4 months, and he hasn't even left a single comment in 4 months either. With him being gone for this amount of time, people started to worry. Was the force behind the door evil? Is he dead? Is he missing? The internet got really worried for this guy, so what we are going to do today is attempt to answer 2 questions. What happened to the original poster, and what is behind the door? Let's start with the first question. What happened to the original poster? Well, believe it or not, I don't think he's dead. Honestly, I see the insane reactions as people seriously blowing this way out of proportions. A quick look through his comments and post history would give you 2 very simple answers. While looking through, I noticed a very important comment. Somebody asked him why he bought a house and he didn't look through every room, prompting the poster to respond with, "If I bought it, I'd check it out immediately. I ain't dying over rental." This really explains a lot. The house being a rental perfectly explains why he didn't stress over the room, because if this was a house I owned, I'd have to check it out. Besides this, there is an even larger reveal that is seen when you simply scroll through his post history, and that is the frequency in which he posts. You see, he never was the most active guy in the world. He would have stretches where he posted a solid amount, but there are also stretches where there were no posts or even comments for months. A lot of the replies do show that he is frustrated by the replies pleading him to look into the door, so it seems perfectly fathomable that since it was just a rented place and it didn't matter too much to him, he just left the door shut and went off Reddit, like he clearly has done in the past. So yeah, as far as the original poster goes, he's probably living your average life. It was a rented place and the borderline harassment of the post had him sign off Reddit, which was a thing he did in the past quite a bit. But now, let's move on to the second mystery. What was behind that door? First off, we're gonna start with what we usually do in these sorts of situations, and that is, it was staged. Who knows, maybe this was a set that he just took a picture of and posted it, knowing it would get a reaction. Usually this is the most logical explanation, but this is one of the rare cases where I really believe it to be true. Also, as a side note, reverse image searches yield no results, so this is an original picture and not just something taken offline. I'm not ruling out the scenario that it is actually fake, but I do think there are stronger theories. The first of which coming from a comment on the post stating that if the bank owned the house between the last owner and him, they probably just put stuff the property company was supposed to throw out in it. This is a very simple answer, but definitely makes sense. As far as the whole creepy "my owner barricaded the door" thingy goes, I don't see it being true at all. This shelf looks like it just fell over. If it were to be picked up without moving at all, it would very clearly be standing flat against the wall, so it definitely seems to just simply fallen over. This coincidental shelf placement also leads me to believe that there is just simply nothing in here at all. We know now that the shelf wasn't put there on purpose, so with him renting an apartment, which would presumably be empty, the chance that this room in the basement is also empty is very, very, very high. So yeah, this mystery is easily debunked. The internet most definitely freaked out over this event, but doing the proper research would show you that he doesn't post that often, only rented the place and got annoyed at the comments. The guy is probably just living a normal life now, and the basement room either had old furniture in it or nothing at all. We won't ever truly know what was in that room, but the chances of it being something sinister or interesting really is very low. And that's it.
This one I do think is definitely our best video in this stretch. This was an actual mystery that I got super interested in, and all things considered, I think the coverage was pretty solid.
In this one, we finally had some kind of theme going throughout. It's a lot more of a lighthearted, goofy video in general, and I remember my family at the time mentioning times they went to the Denver airport and how strange it really is in real life. It's been years and we still have never been.
In the United States, there are over 5,000 airports safely bringing people to whatever destinations they set off to. And out of all these airports, there is just one that stands out, the Denver airport. Arriving in 1995, the Denver airport was created to replace the old airport that was there, known as the Stapleton Airport. Now, of course, they were given a budget to build their new airport, and the original commission was for $1.8 billion. But the airport, for whatever reason, finished 2 years late for a cost of $4.8 billion. And the craziest part is, the airport was privately funded, but we'll get back to that. Anyways, before you even enter the airport, you'll already see something incredibly odd. Gazing down upon you is a 33-foot blue Bronco with bright red glowing eyes, which is commonly thought to be a nod to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Yeah, kinda strange to say the least, but once you enter the airport, it only gets stranger. Once you enter, you will notice the paintings, and wow, they are odd. This first painting here depicts a man in a gas mask, which is shielding him from this gray gas, while he slays doves of peace. So basically, he is shielding himself from some sort of biological weapon. And then there's this one, which has the backdrop of a burning city and features a girl holding a Mayan tablet, which alluded to the supposed end of the world back in 2012. The Mayans predicted a rebirth after this though, which would explain why the penguin and bird are being preserved. This next mural shows the gas mask guy, who is now dead, with 2 doves resting on his body, signifying a return to peace, or a rebirth. The last mural shows that the world is now in peace, and even though the world is way less populated now, it's a new world. The one last really important one I must show is this. This is a dedication stone which apparently rests on top of a time capsule for the people of Colorado. Now, that's pretty weird in and of itself, but that's not even the important part. The important part is what this stone says. Remember how the place was funded for a gargantuan $4.8 billion? Well, here we get a name drop of the company that funded it, the New World Airport Commission. But guess what? The company doesn't even exist. So yeah, as you can see, this airport is incredibly strange. So strange that a plethora of conspiracy theories rose up over the years. And while I'm normally very against those type of things, the ones involving this airport are very interesting to me and seem more grounded than most. So, let's talk about them. So according to most, it is commonly believed that this new airport was built to conceal an underground base that was being worked on. What is the underground base for? Well, according to the theory, most people point to the murals as evidence that it could be used to shield the elites from a war or genocide involving biological weaponry. The dedication stone from earlier mentions a company that does not exist, known as the New World Airport Commission, which sounds incredibly similar to the New World Order. And if you aren't familiar with it, it is basically the idea that a secretive power elite is conspiring to eventually rule the world. The New World Order would be a government that would rule by restricting the freedoms of individuals. The thing that sort of grounds this is the fact that there is actual bunkers beneath the airport. Like, that isn't a theory, it's been proven true, and there's a lot underground. 460,000 square feet to be exact. There are also a lot more military installations in Colorado than you would ever expect. For starters, relatively close to the airport you have Cheyenne Mountain, which is a hollowed out mountain that is used for the military and communications. Near that, we also have the Air Force Academy and Schriever Air Force Base. Elsewhere in Colorado, you've got the U.S. Space Command, Buckley Air Force Base, and the Pueblo Chemical Depot. So yeah, placing something like this in Colorado would definitely make sense. Ironically, there is a very small thing that actually became arguably the most well-known thing about the airport, and that is the swastika runway. This alleged runway has essentially nothing to do with the aforementioned conspiracy at all, so I'm just writing it off as a coincidence. Also, the runway looking like a swastika is a stretch in and of itself. It barely even looks like one. The reason why the runway looks like this in the first place is that it's simply a really efficient way for planes to arrive and depart without their movements overlapping each other. So if you strongly believe in this swastika situation, just know that it's nothing more than a coincidence. Not only does it not look too much like a swastika, but it looks that way for a very specific reason. So that is basically the major conspiracy theory going on with this place. It's shielding a bunker that will secure the elites during biological warfare, and the airport is owned by the New World Order. Now, what we're going to do is attempt to debunk this, of course. One thing that is very commonly pointed to as being evidence that this place was made to cover up an underground bunker is the fact that there was nothing wrong with the previous airport, known as the Stapleton Airport. According to most, the Stapleton Airport was perfectly serviceable, so randomly replacing it for such a high price is kind of fishy. As far as I'm concerned though, it was actually replaced for very valid reasons. Nothing seemed inherently wrong with it from the surface, as it wasn't too dirty or anything. But I did come across legit reasons as to why it was replaced, and it all comes down to those runways again. Stapleton's runways were clumsy. There were 6 of them, but they crossed each other, so only 3 could be used at a time. For a city that is constantly growing like Denver, this is a problem. Another issue with these runways was that only 3 of them ran up to 10,000 feet, which was barely long enough for these jets to take off. Like we said, the new runways made everything efficient. There were 5 runways and none of them cross, and they are longer than 10,000 feet. Stapleton, especially by the entrance, was also too small, and this was made very obvious during bad weather. There's also one last piece of art that I purposely did not mention until now, and that is this. It simply says AUAG. Now apparently, one of the founders of the airport found a deadly strain of hepatitis known as Australian antigen, and it is also called AUAG. The thing is though, this sign is very clearly meant to be the signs of gold and silver. Colorado has a very long history of mining, so this was very clearly made to reflect that. Speaking of art, let's talk about all that now. As we showed earlier, this place has extremely odd art. Whether that be the giant red-eyed horse or the murals, which are evidence that there will be biological warfare. Or not. Here's what the art really means. According to the creator of the art, his murals tell a hopeful story of peace following times of war and environmental pollution. As for the giant horse, they made his eyes glow as a nod to the artist's father, who apparently only worked with neon signs. Now let's get on to one of the big ones, which is the underground bunkers. Why were they really made? Well, there are a number of uses, the largest of which is for ferrying luggage and baggage. Roughly 1,000 people work down there for this reason alone, in a series of 7,000 foot long tunnels that run alongside the airport's underground trains. The fact that the airport also has let people come down here before essentially rules out the theory of there being anything truly significant down there. Now for the biggest mystery of them all. Who is the New World Airport Commission? Well, the New World Airport Commission was named by Charles Ansbacher, who was an arts advocate. According to him, the name was a reference to the New World Symphony, which is an orchestral academy. This name was given to a group of local politicians and business people who helped fund the airport's construction. So as you can see, this entire theory and all of its cogs were debunked. There's not a single piece of evidence that truly shines any light onto this conspiracy at all. And if you want any more proof, let's take a look at the airport's action recently. Since 2016, they have 100% fully embraced the weirdness of this place. The CEO of the airport sees it as, if you deny the theories, you lose. You try to explain everything, you lose. So she decided to have fun with it. How, you may ask? Well, during one week in 2018, they were remodeling. A sign was put up to say, remodeling the lizard people's lair. An obvious nod to what some people think are down in the bunkers. There are various other funny construction posters meant to troll theorists too. They even have let a couple other people besides journalists down into the bunkers before. The CEO also said that a huge reason they embrace these theories is that it gives them publicity, which is undoubtedly true. That also makes me wonder though, was the art purposely weird the entire time? The only thing left to say is simply a question. If there actually was something down in the basement, why would they give it any attention at all? Why would they have murals explaining the paintings? It just doesn't add up. So yeah, I can confidently say that this mystery is debunked. The Stapleton Airport was replaced for very valid reasons. The art in the place was proven to have meanings that didn't involve the conspiracy. The bunkers are predominantly used to ferry baggage, and the New World Airport Commission was simply named after the New World Symphony, and was given to a group of local politicians and businessmen who funded the project. So yeah, this was a very interesting mystery, but there were logical explanations for everything.
This is definitely among our most forgettable videos. We genuinely brought nothing new to this topic, which is a shame because it's very interesting. I'm not sure if we actually would remake this one, but this is a total 30-minute modern documentary type of video that was instead 6 minutes because we were still figuring our stuff out.
I don't actually remember too much about Mary Celeste in general. I wish this is something we could really dig into today, and maybe if there's enough want for it, we could come back and give it the justice it deserves. It felt very samey to Eilean more, but we had a lot of weird oceanic mysteries in 2019 for some reason.
Imagine, you're in the middle of the ocean, you're on a ship, and from the distance you can make out another one. Expecting a friendly visit, you sail up to it to go check on the captain. But there is none. And it's not just the captain that's missing, it's everyone. This is precisely what happened with the crew members aboard a ship called the D. Gratia in late 1872. They were out in the sea when they spotted a ship called the Mary Celeste, and like I stated earlier, no one was on board. Now the Mary Celeste voyage was a foray that Captain Benjamin S. Briggs, his wife, and 2-year-old daughter and 7 crewmen took. They went from New York to Italy. When the ship was investigated, 3 feet of water was found in the bilge, which is the lowest part of the ship, along with the disassembled pump, and a lifeboat was missing. But other than that, the ship was in perfect condition. There was 6 whole months of food still on board, and tons of clothes neatly folded away. Captain only abandoned their ships in the worst situation, and this absolutely was not that. So what happened? Well, let's dig a little deeper. As far as theories go, there are so many that even Goro wouldn't be able to count them on his fingers. Fortunately, most of these are easily dismissible. For example, theories start in crazy hypothetical scenarios. Some involve giant sea creatures, which sounds ridiculous already, but even if you're one of the few that thinks there's a small chance of that, remember, the ship wasn't damaged at all. A water spout or sea tornado was another theory that was thought of pretty quickly, but again, there's literally no evidence of this at all. But now, let's get into the real meaty theories. A popular theory that some people believe in is that they were invaded by pirates. At the time, stuff like this definitely happened and was fairly common. But with all that being said though, this theory is still easily debunked, and it all comes down to the fact that the ship was full of valuables and items. If pirates really came onto this ship, they definitely missed something. Another theory was that the crew got drunk on the cargo of alcohol and massacred everyone, and then taking the one lifeboat escaped. Way back when the ship was first found and they were doing a case on it, the attorney handling the case actually believed in this theory for a while, and he pointed to a piece of evidence on the ship. And what was that piece of evidence? Well, apparently when the ship was found, they found strange marks in the walls that appeared to have been made from an axe. With all that being said, again, this theory is debunked for a plethora of reasons. First off, the alcohol on board wasn't fit for drinking, and it was also later concluded that the marks on the wall were markings of natural wear and tear, so the only evidence supporting this claim is now non-existent. But even if we were to get hypothetical for a minute and say that they actually revolted, the logic of it all makes no sense. If they revolted and went on a massacre as was shown earlier, they wouldn't have been intoxicated. So after they went on this massacre, they all would have known that they would have been completely doomed. So they departed on a small lifeboat. That just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So as you can tell, these theories aren't that great. The theories that we will display next are much more plausible ones. But before we get into them, we have to very quickly mention the diaries. Yes, lucky for us, the captain kept a diary of the voyage, and it really helps. According to the final log entry, the ship was just 6 miles away from the island of Santa Maria, and at that distance the island was visible to the crew. That small bit of information is absolutely pivotal to the next theory that we will mention, so let's get into it. The next theory is a long one, but was one that took months and months of research by someone named Anne McGregor, who owns this theory and the next one. According to this theory, she believes that according to her research and reading one of the logs, she thinks that he was in the complete wrong place due to some faulty equipment. She believed that he was way off from where he was supposed to be, so after finally seeing some land, he decided to round up his crew and abandon the ship. This sounds slightly plausible, but her next theory might be even more plausible. Her next theory is also a very long one. From her readings of the log, she found out that there was rough weather. It wasn't fatally rough, but it did make the trip a pain. She also learned that on the ship's previous voyage, the ship carried coal for a long distance. The ship was also slightly reconstructed after that trek. She believes that coal and construction debris could have messed up the pumps, which makes sense since when the ship was found, the pumps were disassembled. With the pumps disassembled, he had no idea of knowing when the ship would sink, and since there was also rough weather, he probably started panicking. So when he finally spotted land, he just got off the ship and the crew used a lifeboat to get there. And that concludes the mystery of the Mary Celeste. As you saw, there were a lot of theories that were presented, and some of them were very good and were made with extensive research. Those last 2 theories were very, very plausible, and they could very well be true, but we still don't know for sure if they are. That's why we're going to call this file Undetermined.
An update to one of my favorite ARGs, and the official beginning of Debunktober, a tradition we keep alive to this day. We were so excited and rejuvenated for that event that I made a whole new intro, and it resulted in a giant 30-minute coverage of this series, where things got so much crazier than before. A former YouTuber named Creepy Bunny helped us out with some voice acting, and did such a good job. Overall, I think this is one of our best ARG coverages, genuinely.
Again, here I am talking about how much I really don't care too much about ARGs. However, post-content was a huge draw for our audience back then, and it was a pleasure to work with Creepy Bunny.
Now, if you aren't already familiar with post-content, you're gonna have to check out our previous video before this one. It was a very long video, so we wouldn't be able to summarize everything here for you, even though we're gonna try. So again, if you haven't seen our previous video, please check it out. We'll be waiting. Now, from what I've been hearing, post-content finally appears to have ended. At the time of our first video, I actually thought the final video we covered back there would end up being the finale, but of course, I was wrong. This is definitely one of the better ARGs I've come across since we started this channel, so being able to talk about it again is just great, and perfect for Debunktober. So if you guys remember, we left off with an incredible video titled Solution, and in this video we saw him sit himself in a chair, we saw a body bag fly up, we saw him appear outside finally, and when he returned, there was a mannequin sitting in the chair, which presumably was the one that used to have the body bag over it. This video at the time almost confirmed to us the fact that this series was highly metaphorical. We concluded that the tied up body bag represented him feeling tied up and trapped, and seemed to represent the negative side of him, and the various creatures throughout the videos represented his inner demons/anxieties, despite the common perception at the time being the fact that he was a murderer making tutorials. But with the series having made some way more since then, maybe our theory was completely wrong. Is he actually a murderer? Is what we thought last time completely wrong? That's what we're here today to find out. We will analyze each of the remaining videos and ultimately come up with a conclusion as to what post-content is truly about. After the video solution, we finally got another tutorial style video called DIY Body Disposal. And yeah, the title is pretty self-explanatory. He gives you a complete rundown on what must be done when disposing of a body. Now, when venturing into the comment section, the popular theory of him being a murderer returned, and for good reason, but when you think about it, that's still just not the case. This is clearly the body we saw from the previous video, and this is a metaphorical representation of him getting rid of his previous self, aka starting over. The following video is titled Update, and in this video we see that he seems to be done because his tutorials seem to be working better than expected. We had this theory going on that the house represents his mind and its collapse, and as you can see in this video, it's almost completely destroyed. This theory seems to have some merit, as our character quickly shows us that he wasn't being truthful. It's unclear if he's seeing his demons anymore, but he's definitely still not doing it at all, and asks if there's anyone that can help him. In the description, stuff gets interesting. He says, "I have no one to talk to except myself," and links a video. This video takes place inside the body bag, where we hear struggling and eventually screaming. This ends with the main character saying that everything is alright and they'll get some help real soon.
It's okay. It's okay. Maybe we'll get some actual, real help this time. You heard it. She said she'll be my friend.
So yeah, once again, it definitely seems to me that this isn't an actual person, it's still metaphorical. This linked video was on a channel called Easy Go Solutions, and delving into the catacombs of this channel yields some very intriguing results. The first video on this channel is titled Easy Go Solutions is Rebranding, and in this video we see a woman ride up with a covered face whispering. It's impossible to make out what she is saying, but lucky for us, the subtitles save the day. In this video she says,
"Sup fam, Easy Go Solutions here. The internet is a magical place and it shall aid you to your path of self-improvement, but you can't do it alone. That's why you're watching this PSA. We here at Easy Go Solutions are excited to announce that we will be dabbing on the competition by rebranding into your only true friend, with complete access to all your deepest secrets. So how does this work? Well, this is the internet, baby. I'm already in your head.
After saying all that, we are left with a blue screen telling us to leave our deeper secrets, linking an email to share those secrets. Now, since I didn't see all these videos directly when they came out, I'm going to attempt to put the POSTcontent and Easy Go Solutions videos in chronological order, so if I made a mistake, please let me know. Anyways, back on the main channel, we have unboxing weird package I found on my doorstep. In this video, we see a package at his doorstep with the Easy Go Solutions logo on it. Upon opening the box, he sees his phone that he previously destroyed. Even stranger, the bottom section of the box says, "Need control? Just toss it in the box." When he lifts that section of the box up, it looks like the box is bottomless. Back on the Easy Go Solutions channel, we have viewer testimonials, where they basically took the submitted secrets they received and displayed them. The description, however, is where it gets very interesting. Titled, Subject 1 Exchange, this video sees the main character watching that video where the body bag shows his conflicting thoughts. He wants to give the lady a chance, but he has conflicting thoughts about her as he isn't too sure about change. And this conflicting thought is represented by the body bag.
Don't say that. She seems nice. Problems breathing. Change doesn't always have to be a bad thing, you know.
If you couldn't tell, the Easy Go Solutions channel has a ton of unlisted videos, most of which I found on a playlist, and from my searching, I didn't find some of these linked on other videos, like the aforementioned ones. I don't know if he edited descriptions or if these videos were public in the past, but I still want to go over every single video. With that being said, I want to quickly say that an unlisted video was released before the viewer testimonials and Subject 1 exchange. This video was titled Subject 1 Interior Self-Care. This is another video from inside the body bag, and in this one, we hear him talking about how he's conditioned to keep his emotions to himself.
Feeling really overwhelmed, but too uncomfortable to express it because I've been conditioned to keep those feelings to myself.
He then says that his feelings should be respected and he should listen to them. After his tangent, he laughs at himself and says, "What are you talking about?"
I should respect and listen to them. Self-care is difficult, but acknowledging your problems and communicating them is a big step in the right direction. What are you talking about?
The following video, which is also an unlisted one and is titled Subject 2 Argument, and it starts off with him wondering what to do for his next video. In doing this, he, like the title suggests, talks to himself and gets into an argument with himself.
Got any ideas? Take a break. What was that? I'm not sure your surroundings are helping you out mentally right now. Maybe you should just... Shut up. I like it here. I like it here. Why do you want to make videos anyway? It's not like your viewers are very deserving. What are you talking about? I have a wonderful audience.
Returning back to the main channel, we have Q&A with POSTcontent. He starts this one off in a peculiar way as he points out that outside has gotten overgrown. Now we know that this series is incredibly metaphorical, so I don't see him just mentioning this without there being some sort of significance. I don't know, am I looking too deep into this, or does it really mean something? Anyways, what follows is a fairly standard Q&A, albeit with a strange few moments. He was asked about the videos in the description, and when he looked, he saw nothing. He also mentioned sleeping on the moldy floor, which makes me wonder why he switched from only being upstairs to only being downstairs. He says it's because the stairs are obviously facing the wrong way, but that just seems like a strange excuse, especially with him not showing it. In the description, we have another unlisted video going back to Easy Go Solutions. This one titled Happiness Promo V3.1. And I kid you not, it's a dancing noose. Yeah, I don't exactly know what else to say about this one. The next video is titled Sleep Paralysis, where while he's sleeping, he sees that demon that was in some of the old videos. In the description, we have Subject 1 Process. It begins with some Nosferatu-looking hands moving its fingers, which was a demon that appeared in some of the older videos, and he goes up to it and does the same. He then rips the hand clean off and throws it in a box. I took this as him overcoming a demon with the help of this box. We then have taking a peek outside ASMR, where he does exactly that. We get to see the exterior of his house and how beat up it is, and the tension also gradually rises throughout this video, with its ominous sound effects, all culminating in a chair flying over by itself. Per usual, the description again has a video, this one being called Subject 1 Epiphany, and wow, that's Nexpo's voice. Yeah, apparently the main character of this series watched Nexpo's video. In particular, it highlights the part where he says that the demon is a papier-mâché mask, where he then goes up to that demon which is lying on the floor, where he picks up the head, and what do you know, Nexpo is right.
My dude, that's clearly a papier-mâché mask.
When he turns back, the body of the demon is gone. He puts the head in the box, and with the body gone, I'm assuming he got over this demon too. After this, we have A Dream I Had, where in the description he says that he didn't know it was possible to record one's dreams, and that he's not comfortable with this, but at the same time, he doesn't have anything else better to do this week. In the dream, we see him on the floor with a demon gazing down upon him. It eventually walks right up to him and just stares at him with its blank face. A face that's a little familiar. Yeah, that's the same face of the girl in the first Easy Go Solutions video. That's the girl on the bike. The video in the description is titled Subject 1 Courage, which shows the mask of another demon that we've seen before. Once again, he takes it and puts it in the box, and with the video being titled Courage, it's very clear that he's really starting to overcome all his demons. I Got a Fan Letter is the video that follows this. It's a long letter, but in short, it's a secret admirer that writes in a kind of cryptic way. As the video ends, you can tell that he really appreciated the letter.
That was so sweet. Really sweet.
We then have Subject 2 Futile Reminder, where we're back in the point of view of the body bag. In the body bag, we can see that it is escaping. This to me shows that his negative thoughts are starting to flood back. The past few videos showed that he was conquering his demons, but with this video, I predict that that will all soon change. The following video is called YouTube Life Hacks, Not Clickbait, and I gotta say, I actually had no idea about some of these hacks that they displayed, and the scrubbing one especially is legitimately very useful. It does get a little creepy though, as towards the end of the video it says we are unstable, and the video starts glitching, and the music starts distorting. But yeah, in conclusion, this video definitely was not clickbait, those actually were some useful tips. Subject 1 Instability follows, and this is a video that comes off as very important to me, despite being so short. It starts with our main character fixing something, then the video just goes nuts. There's a moment where it distorts with the text showing up for a split second and it says link status unstable, friend mode on. It's a little unclear as to what this means so far, but it's definitely extremely significant. So far, I think Easy Go Solutions has something to do with this, but I don't know what. Now this was a while back, but if you remember, one of the very first videos ever in this series had Easy Go Solutions in the title. It was a video rip where it shows calming footage with its own voice talking in it, and it seems that he has re-uploaded it, but with some major changes. His voice is now buried under some really creepy sounds, but the description is by far the most interesting part. In the descriptions, it says that it doesn't speak to him anymore, and that it used to sound like his own voice, or his thoughts. This clearly signifies to me that his thoughts were being recorded without his knowledge by Easy Go Solutions. In the description, we have Don't Listen to Him, which has very hard to understand audio. A minute into the video, there is a very quick message that displays, and when translated, it says, "Please just believe me, this is authentic. No one, especially not him, would ever question the authority of this program. Just don't believe what you're hearing. He's the only one I have, so if this fails, I won't have anyone left. I'm sharing this with you to help you see the full potential of the Easy Link. The least you can do for me is put your trust in the program." Oh my lord, that was baffling. This confirms the suspicions that I was having. Easy Go Solutions has a program installed in our main character. It's still not known exactly what it does, but it is able to record his thoughts. One question I do have though is who was speaking there? This person mentions that he's the only one they have left, and if this fails they won't have anyone left. Why won't this person have anyone left? Who even is it? I guess time will tell. In this next video, we can see that the distortion on the Easy Go Solutions videos are starting to get pretty bad. So bad, in fact, that even the title is slightly out of order. In its correct form, this video is called DIY Problem Disposal Subject 1 Issue. This video naturally is about the box that helps him get rid of his problems, and in this one, we see that the body bag has drawn on the walls. In the link description video, we see that our main character actually put the body bag in the box, and it's just all black ending the video. With the body bag seemingly representing his negative thoughts, it's going to be really interesting to see how he is from here on out. The next video, food tutorial, takes place in the pitch black darkness of the night, where he finally goes upstairs, and there's nothing there. He goes back down and eventually makes his way outside, where he stumbles across a noose. The end of the noose leads him to a chair that fell over a while back, which leads him to a stack of hay, which has some cabbage on it. He proclaims, "I'm so hungry," and proceeds to eat it. This video also has an interesting description, with it saying, "If anyone touches the description without my permission, I'm serious, don't you dare." This to me shows that Easy Ego Solutions is also in complete control of his YouTube channel, and most likely everything else tech related. The next Easy Go Solutions video is titled, New Scary Condition Afflicts Up-and-Coming Social Media Personalities, where the video then proceeds to only show our titular character in his lowest moments. It says it may have a solution and tells us to visit easygosolutions.com. Naturally, I had to visit the site. In it, we have a page that says, "Feeling bad? All your teeth falling out? We may have the answer." After showing some symptoms at the bottom of the page, it says, "What's the cure, you ask? It's easy. Just subject yourself to the Easy Go Solutions brand new Easy Link technology." Oh, what's that? You already hooked up but the symptoms persist? Keep sharing yourself with us and we promise your symptoms will be alleviated. This message comes off to me as a little creepy. It aggressively begs you to subject yourself to their strange technology, a technology we know nothing about, and one that seems to not even be helping the problems it's supposed to cure, a technology that our main character has undoubtedly subjected himself to. There's another message though. Precisely 21 seconds in, there is a message that flashes by incredibly fast, giving us a link to a blog spot by the name of Sophie Miarger. Sorry if I butchered that. Judging by this selfie, this is obviously that faceless woman from the bike. This woman is connected to Easy Go Solutions, and we've seen that she has been working with our main character in some way. Maybe this blog will help us learn more. Yes, it does. There is so much crazy information on here. Let's read some of the posts. The first post I want to highlight is called I Wanna, and in the message she says,
"You should know I paid your head a visit tonight. It was thrilling. I even showed up in person, face to face. I want to see you, feel you, do all the things I can't do. I want to lie in the dust next to you and inhale your moldy carpet as you tell me your favorite food. I want to sit next to you and look on as you scroll through your Twitter dashboard. Maybe you'll see a tweet from me. I want to observe your YouTube analytics. I want to keep touching your video descriptions. I want to watch the subscribers trickle in as you upload another video. Maybe you'll even let me moderate your comment section. There's nothing I want more than for us to spend eternity online together."
Holy crap. So now we know that the one video where he had a nightmare of her showing up, it was actually her visiting him. That really happened. We also get confirmation that she is the one messing with his description, and we see that she really likes him. The next post I want to spotlight is titled, Do Computers Dream? And in this post she goes on to say,
"Humans do. Your brain is just a computer made of meat, which means your thoughts are the internet. What happens when you put your computer on sleep mode? Does the internet disappear? Perhaps. Do you die every time you fall asleep? Possibly. But if your thoughts/dreams/hope and the World Wide Web are one and the same, then our bond will stay intact no matter how many times you die. So next time you go to sleep, don't think too hard about it. Who knows whether the you think is you will wake up or not? Who cares? Just keep dreaming. I'll be watching.
Again, this is some really chilling stuff. She says that our brain is a computer, which means she has access to it even if you die, and then gets all philosophical on us, and it's just really strange overall. The next post I want to show doesn't have a title, but holy moly, this one is insane. Just listen.
No, it's a complete misunderstanding. You aren't even supposed to see those links. How did you do that? Did someone tell you? I can't imagine why they would do such a thing. Those links are obviously there for those poor souls who need convincing of the Easy Link's extraordinary capabilities. I don't see why anyone would attempt to spoil that. To ruin our little relationship. To break what we spent so long building up. Believe it or not, I'm feeling pretty confident today, so I'll reiterate here.
After saying that, she links a picture of the description under his Easy Go Solutions re-upload, where he says that the video doesn't speak to him anymore, but for some reason it used to sound like him, and this absolutely freaks her out. Just listen.
This is not true. Nothing changed. It cannot be true. It would mean a huge setback. You've seen his videos, so you know that he's a little wacky. Only the program can help him. Only I can help him. Sorry, I'm rambling. It's not like anyone's reading this, right? If you are reading this, I'm not giving you anything else. I've already done too much. You're getting nothing.
After that, she proceeds to go full crazy, teasing the reader and seemingly breaking down. For some reason, that video not working on him anymore really freaked her out, and I don't know exactly why. The next blog post is another one with no title, and in it she says,
I guess I should be happy. This is what Easy Go Solutions wanted. This is what I wanted, right? So why does it feel like something really bad is about to happen? He is feeling good. Is it because of our influence or despite it? Honestly, I should just be glad he's cooperating. If this whole thing fails, I'll have lost my purpose and probably won't get to be around anymore. Manage anymore. But is he cooperating? For a long time now, it seemed that he's slowly figuring things out subconsciously. If this seemingly positive development is in fact temporary, I'll be in trouble. I hate to admit this, but employing Type 0 in order to make him switch again was kind of a last resort. A new iteration would have been key in keeping him under control. But he is under control, right? No worries?
Wow, that's another shocking one. So by employing Type 0, whatever that is, she was able to switch his entire thought process and make him happy. If I read that right, that's horrifying. She can literally control everything about him. And that about wraps up the messages on this blog. That was a crazy ride and gave us a crazy amount of lore that expanded a character and made things way more interesting and creepy than before. But it's time to get back to the videos. Alright, finally we're on to the next video, Broadcast Error, and here we see the main character holding a knife, which he stabs into the house, causing the video to wildly distort and say Easy Link unstable. It seems that he realizes now that he has made a mistake, and is now part of this strange Easy Link test, and is trying to do something about it. The next video here is something I did not expect to see. It's a Let's Play. Yeah, that really came out of the blue, and out of all the games, he plays good old Minesweeper, and he rages really bad. So bad, in fact, that he starts sobbing.
No. Fuck, I'm not ready to go yet. I don't.
What a strange video. But the thing I found by far the most interesting is when you peek at the tabs at the top. The second tab says, "Is she really my friend?" He is, without a doubt, referring to that faceless woman, Sophie. The next video, Preliminary Interview, is one I find really interesting. In this one, he's being interviewed by what sounds to be an android from Easy Go Solutions, and later gets told what Easy Go Solutions will do, where it becomes clear that this video takes place when he first found out about this company.
State your name and age. State your favorite food.
I don't know. Recently I've been trying more of a healthy diet.
It also plays some sound bites later on for him to react to, and one of them freaks him out, but for some reason they play it again, almost as if to torment him.
We will play back a series of sound bites. Upon hearing the sound bite, you will give us your immediate thoughts regarding it.
Fine.
Soundbite number 1.
I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Soundbite number 2.
Okay, I guess. Actually, wait, no. Could you turn this off, please? I'm not sure I'm comfortable. Thanks. Right, so is that all? Are we done?
Almost. Before wrapping up, we should revisit.
Soundbite number 2.
No. Don't go back to 2. I'm serious. Don't you fucking...
Alright, we're almost done. The second to last video is called Friend, and it's probably the weirdest video ever. I don't even really know what to say about it. He's just kinda walking around and talking to himself for the entire thing. He mentions not knowing how to greet a friend, and mentions not knowing if Sophie is really his friend again. He mentions offing himself with the noose that is lit up, and then he mentions being happy. The video is literally all over the place, and I don't know what to make of it. But now, let's get on to the final video. What should be the last video right here is called Friend Mode Off. It begins with his old phone flying out of the box, and then this distorted voice starts talking to him, asking what he's been doing. He says he's been talking to his friend, and then it shows that she was never there despite just being there a few seconds ago.
What is it that you're watching right now?
I'm watching my friend.
Take a look. She was never here. Never your friend. Your ignorance fills me with sorrow.
This causes him to, well, freak out and flee to the woods, and that's when he ends his life. Except, no, he didn't. Despite hanging for a few seconds, he just jumps off and continues walking somehow. He walks back to his house, picks up a bunch of pills, and then throws them on the floor. But then he grabs a knife and stabs through his own stomach. About a minute later, he looks at his hands and stomach, and there's no damage. It's clear that for whatever reason, he is unable to commit suicide. And then he decides to jump into the box. In the pitch black darkness, he just talks to himself. Well, the negative side to himself, I guess. They kinda just start reminiscing until speaking stops and a view actually forms. In this area, the other stuff he threw down here is there, and there's also an entrance at the top. This entrance leads to the house we saw at the beginning of the videos. Upon entering his old room, he sees Sophie, looks down at his arm, and sees cuts everywhere. All of a sudden, the system says, "Stay," and it shows a dark room, a flickering light, and... what? The system then says, "Run." It shows those views again. Shows him sitting in a field where the text pops up saying, "The thing you were looking for, did you find it?" And what the heck, it happened again. The text then says maybe it's somewhere else with the video, and from what most people assume the series ending with the system saying subject missing. And that is post content for you. So, the first time we checked post content, I said it was definitely one of the best ARGs we've ever come across. But now it's legitimately fighting to be the best. These videos were mind-blowing. I thought it could have ended way back then, but I'm so glad it continued. But now for the important part. Let's make some sense out of all this. Alright, here's where I'm going to explain what I believe this series is about, but before I do that, I want to quickly explain the whole thing that went on with the houses, because after finishing the series, it became clear that I made a mistake. I said before that the house itself was a metaphor for his mind breaking down, but that's not true. The house from the first video all the way to Solution is a completely separate house from the house that we see from the video update to now. That doesn't sound too important, but it actually is in the grand scheme of things. So with all that being said, what do I think this series was about? This series to me was about our main character struggling with his personal demons, whether that be severe depression or anxiety or maybe even schizophrenia, although that I'm not sure about. Anyways, this is an incredibly metaphorical series where his inner demons are represented by actual demons that terrorize him. His negative thoughts are also represented by the body bag. Somewhere along the line he heard of Easy Go Solutions and decided to use them to get help. And boy, was that a mistake. Easy Go Solutions was somehow able to create a simulation where he had no privacy, wasn't able to hurt himself or escape, and they somehow made it to where he didn't know he was even in a simulation for a while. It seems that the first video in this simulation is his update video, where we first see him in the broken down house. Around that time is where Easy Go Solutions was getting talked about a lot more, and it's also when his description started getting edited, so it makes sense that him randomly appearing in this house is where the simulation began. As we see though, he was somehow able to escape the simulation, and that's how the series ends. It seems that he finally made it back home, and that's where we end things. So for this file, honestly, I think I can confidently call it a debunk. I don't really see any other possibilities for what this series was about, especially not their murderer one.
So, after finally getting our first 30-minute video with the first dad episode, and then getting another 30-minute video with the post-content update, now this dad update became our new longest video once again. I was so happy at this time. It felt like we were maturing and reaching a new level, which is so funny for me to think about all these years later. We truly had so much longer of a way to go. This would be our final dad coverage, and things definitely got a lot crazier in the series at this time, but nowadays I definitely look at those earliest videos back in part 1 more affectionately than these.
Dad was a huge part of our channel for those who remember 2019 Debunk File. I mentioned before how it was never one of my favorite things, but the lore was pretty interesting. This was actually around the time when we met Dad himself, and we were invited to the convention's after hours Dad concert, but unfortunately we were 17, so we weren't eligible for it. Who knows, maybe that night Dad would have told us all in a live interview with us.
So it appears that Act 2 of the Dad ARG came to a close recently. Because we got so much new information, we wanted to make an update. We don't know exactly how many acts the Dad ARG has, so we don't know how many more Dad videos will be made in the future. But today we're going to be analyzing the plethora of new videos thrown our way, as well as talk about the tons of other informations that I also have found out about. Before we get into the videos, I want to shout out the Dadscord. This Discord server was instrumental in us making this video, as they were able to archive stuff that we can no longer see. So thank you guys so much. I think I briefly mentioned them in the previous Dads video, but yeah, they were extremely helpful and are a great community to check out, and I definitely recommend you do so. This archival stuff is the things we must discuss before viewing the new videos, because there were multiple things that happened after our video that are no longer available to us. For reference, the last video we mentioned in our previous video was made on June 3rd. The first thing I want to show is the fact that Dad was contacted by somebody back at the beginning of May, and this someone told him that Ella is waiting for him. As shown last time, Dad, or Andon, is an astronaut that lived on Kepler 22b, and on that planet he was married to a woman named Ella. so it seems to me that this is somebody from his job attempting to reach out to him. I was thinking that it was Emily, which was his partner on his failed journey to CFB DSIR, but it definitely isn't, because apparently in some of these old streams, flashes of her face show up, and it does not look like her at all. Later on, towards the end of May, in a Discord voice chat, a woman came on asking where Dad was. Take a listen.
Hello? Can you hear me? It's breaking up.
It's waking up. What is it?
Where are you? Hello?
Hello, I'm here.
I miss you, Andon.
On June 1st, during a live stream, it was finally revealed who this person was, Nyla. This is a new character that we will hopefully see more of in the future, and as far as the lost info goes, that's all that happened from after our video. To the video we will begin with, but there was one other thing that we failed to mention that became very important to the Dad series: Thomas Flaherty. Now, when Thomas first burst onto the scene talking about Dad, it was assumed that he was a game jacker, but that's not true at all. In real life, he's actually a very good friend with Nathan Barnett, the creator of the Dad channel. And in the pilot of the series, since Nathan is actually a character in it, Thomas is worrying about Nathan. On May 13th, he made a video expressing his concerns about Nathan's behavior as of late. He mentions that Nathan will just randomly walk away at night without telling anybody and go to who knows where.
Nathan has been doing things like going out at night and disappearing without telling anybody where he's going.
He mentions that Nathan is never hungry and always tired, and keeps forgetting everything.
He's just not hungry, like we're all going and getting food, he's not hungry. He's always tired, he's always complaining about being tired, he doesn't want to shoot videos, he's very lethargic. He's just dragging.
After he's done rambling about Nathan, he mentions that he wanted to show proof as to how weird he's been lately, so he recorded one of their phone calls, which is illegal, but anyway. The phone call actually starts off very normal until Nathan adjusts his phone, and that's when we can see a can of food. After this, Nathan does do the things that Tom mentioned, such as randomly drifting off and forgetting a lot of past events. One other notable thing that happens here is that Nathan drops his phone again, but when he picks it back up, the can of food is gone. The final event we must mention before getting into the videos also relates to Tom. Now, apparently for his birthday, Dad sent him a card that has a gift in it. This gift was a can of food, and like all other times we've seen it, it completely changed how he acted. It also became clear through this that if you don't constantly consume the food, the effect does wear off. So the last true video we left off in our first foray into the Dad universe was titled Daughter Snuck Out. So the new first video we will be talking about is called True Value, and would you look who was standing there? It's Tom. Clearly, while he was all messed up with this food, they took him over to the server. Anyways, this video sees Dad buying a bunch of stuff from the True Value store, but then Tom gets all weird on him.
How about a brand new mini sledge for free?
Free?
Yep. And a screwdriver gun, some nice paint, regular hammer, tape measure, a way out.
What?
Honey, go back to sleep.
What a nice dream.
Also, was it just me, or did that not sound like Cheryl at all? Anyways, the following video is his 40,000 subscribers special. Normally, you would think that nothing of importance would be here, but there actually is. Cheryl brought Dad over to the local IHOP to celebrate, but Daughter is still missing. Right after they talk about her though, she shows up, where they voice their concerns to her. The Daughter then goes on to say that they ordered him a present, and it was pancakes. Now, as we saw before, anything that isn't a can of food snaps him out of it. But Cheryl was incredibly sneaky about this. She put food sauce all over it so that he wouldn't snap out of anything. As he's eating the food, that's when you begin to notice something. Sitting right behind them is a YouTuber server employee secretly spying on them. That's when something even more peculiar happens. The neighbor sits down next to the server employee. At one point in the video, the employee leaves, prompting the neighbor to get right next to Dad and start talking to him. During this, we see that neighbor is now able to speak telepathically, and Dad and neighbor start roasting each other. No joke.
The way you speak sounds more like telepathetic to me.
Good dad joke, Dad.
I know.
Neighbor, we're out celebrating Dad's 40,000 subscribers.
Wow, that's great. Good for you, Dad. People actually watch your videos. Who knew?
Yes, neighbor, they do. Dad is the best YouTuber in the universes.
I got no one there waiting for me. I'm not as lucky as Dad here.
That's right, you're not. But you do have that cheap shed waiting for you at home. Why don't you go visit that?
Hey, Dad, I'm only joking around. I'm happy for you. Congrats on the 40,000 subs. Keep up the good work, huh? See you guys later.
The next 3 videos are ones that don't have too much in them. One of them is where Dad unexpectedly shows up at Nexpo's meet and greet, and the other one is his Father's Day livestream. Like I said, there's not too much to them, but the Father's Day livestream has a little more going for it. The stream involves Dad just sleeping on a chair, and like usual with these live streams, the Men in Black show up multiple times. The final video in this stretch is called "The Video Has 1 Million Views." Pretty much nothing happens in this video, it's just Dad making his attempt to clickbait, because as we all know, you can't be the #1 YouTuber without, well, clickbaiting. Before we get into this next video, I want to say something. Do you remember when that Dad magazine was found by Cheryl on the floor and she freaked out? Well, watch this. The neighbor did it. We can now see that he's actively attempting to sabotage this relationship so he can have Cheryl. And before we get into this next video, again, a day before it was uploaded, Dad posted a very interesting tweet. It had random letters, but when translated it read, "Scarlet is burgeoning." What does that even mean? Well, in the following video, we get more hints. The video itself isn't too important, as it's just Dad dancing for 4 hours while the Men in Black watch him again. You know, typical stuff. But the chat is where things get really interesting. YouTube server makes an appearance in the live chat saying, "Upgrade complete." There's also another hidden message which leads to a highlighted section of a passage, and it says, "She surpassed expectations." So wow, that was mind-blowing to say the least. So the server has a name. We're definitely going to learn more about this in the future, as this was a huge deal. The following video is very similar to the other video with the neighbor. This one shows that the book that Mom had previously was also planted there by neighbor. After this, we have Diane calls, where we get to see her feelings for Dad on full display. While on the phone, Cheryl reveals something pretty crazy to say the least. Vortex creation?
Oh, you know, the same old thing, teaching the team at work some new forms of vortex creation. 9 to 5, nothing new.
Anyways, after that, we see that Diane really wants to come over despite being on a plane all day. But right when she hears that Dad isn't home, she decides not to come over.
Don't you want to go home from the airport first? Okay, whatever you want. It'll be nice to catch up. We can have some wine and talk. Dad and daughter are at True Value all night for the Sale of a Century sale, so... What? Oh, you're not coming? Okay, well, maybe this weekend? Diane?
This next video right here isn't very important to the series despite it being a very nice thing to do. So the next video we will talk about is Mom's work. Judging by the title, we will see more of exactly what Cheryl does at her job. And yeah, this is strange. At the very end of the video, we can see that old Carl is still investigating.
Now let's go over the non-cloning theorem again.
This same day, a video was uploaded to Thomas Flaherty's channel, which, as we said before, is canon to the series. On that channel, he started a series called Talking Dad, where he interviews Nathan and talks about the Dad channel. Another thing that's worth noting is that in this video, Thomas mentions that there's someone in the series who looks a lot like him, but it isn't him. So was the person in that True Value video not him after all? According to Thomas, this character's name is Crothers. One other important detail is that before this video, Dad was extremely opposed to being talked about on YouTube channels. That even includes us. He commented on ours saying, "Was this a good idea?" But starting with this video, he doesn't really care anymore, it seems. In this one, he commented saying that he loves all investigation YouTubers and wishes them good luck with their investigation. The video Bridget Day is another one that isn't too important. He's just shouting out a huge fan of the channel named Bridget. This is actually a fan that helped us quite a bit in the comment section too, so yeah, thank you Bridget. You did deserve to have a holiday named after you. The next video is a song once again, this one being called CFB DSIR 2149-0403. In it, we once again hear someone trying to tell him to wake up, where then he sings about wondering what happened and why he crashed and where Emily went. Like all his songs, this video does have a code, leading us to an 11-second unlisted YouTube server video of Morse code. The Morse code here says SOS. On July 14th, Thomas made a live stream called Rant in the Park, and shows that Dad is trying to lure Dad into eating cans of food so that he can't get further into the investigation. At the end of the stream, Dad apparently shows up. Another stream gets posted after this of Tom pointing his camera at a chair and laughing like a maniac. Clearly something happened with him and Dad right here. Right after the stream ended, Dad uploaded a video to Thomas's channel where he says that Thomas lost his mind and was incoherently rambling and doesn't trust him. Dad also said that he never gave Tom any food and that Tom needs major help. So if Dad didn't give him food, what happened then? Tom obviously wouldn't just go crazy for no reason. I honestly have no idea what could have happened here, so if you know, make sure to comment below. Anyways, let's get to the next video. Mom's Flowers is the following video, and it begins with Cheryl wondering why Diane was acting so weird on the phone when something really strange happens. The flowers smell seem to give her memory of something, but then the red orb comes up and replaces it with lumber. The neighbor's lumber.
Mom should check in with her to make sure everything's okay. These flowers smell so nice. I remember these. And I love lilies. I haven't smelled lilies in so long. Wait a second. Fresh cut lumber. Mom's favorite.
The next video is of minor importance and is titled Area 51 Exposed. This is another attempt at clickbait, obviously, and while obviously he doesn't expose Area 51, something really strange does happen. Dad flies. I feel like people should be talking about this more. He literally just flew. But anyway, after this we get small talk, which shows two YouTube server employees who look exactly the same talking to each other, but we can't hear them. When they walk away though, Carl takes down some notes.
Just as I thought. Old Carl is on to you.
After this, we get Daddy Deuced, which is another video from the site of the crash. We see flashes of Ella again, and see a series of numbers written on the ground, which translates to, "I'll be back." This to me seems like something Emily wrote for Andon, saying that she's going to find help, but will be back. It then shows a view of the rogue planet, CFB DSIR, which is the planet they tried to reach, but failed to do. It ends with Dad in a car, the car that ultimately brought him over to the YouTube facility. The next video is Diane, which is definitely one of my favorites. In it, we finally get to see Diane resulting in some hilarious moments from Dad. It does, however, end off on a really creepy note, as she calls him Andon.
See you later, Andon.
What? Andon?
How in the world does she know that? Maybe Cheryl told her, but who knows? It's still very odd. After this, we have the single most confusing video to me. It's called Nathan, and involves this new character finding Nathan out in the desert. What was he doing there? Who knows? This guy lets Nathan into his car for a ride, where he says that he is T-Top and is his cousin. After that though, he calls Nathan Sloan, where Nathan asks him who that is.
Come on man, get in the car, stop playing around. You look like you're about to croak. What, you just been walking around for a month? Man, you look bad most of the time, but this is damn right off. Tell me something. Where have you been? Who? It's T-Top, man. It's your cousin. Like, come on, Sloan. Like, what are you doing? Stop messing with me.
Oh, Sloan.
Oh, man, dude. I gotta get you somewhere. I'm taking you to the hospital, man. This is not good.
In the description, we see another new channel. I just saw a UFO, it was tight. On this channel, there is just one video. The avatar shows that this person looks exactly like Nathan, but has some weird wig on. In this video, we have Sloan talking about how he saw a UFO, and that he expects the FBI to come to his door any minute.
Hello, my name is Sloan Burmell. I'm recording this message because I wouldn't be surprised if the FBI was banging on my front door right now. I don't hear them, but honestly, I don't know. I play my music pretty loud and I probably couldn't hear them if they were banging anyway. Or they were here earlier and they heard my music and realized it was really good metal and they got intimidated and left. The only reason they would be here is because they know I saw a UFO. It was tight.
At the end, there is Morse code, which translates to March 3rd, 1999. This would explain why the camera looked vintage in the previous video, but how does this make sense? Does this mean the entire series has taken place in 1999 the whole time or what? Well, guess what? We have an answer. One that still confuses me though. So apparently this Sloan series is a spin-off and has nothing to do with the Dad ARG. Dad said that 1999 Nathan is important to the series, but 2019 isn't. That doesn't make any sense to me. The Sloan video was the one that looked like it was from 1999. I'm so confused, so what does this mean? Please help me in the comments, I have absolutely no idea. The video that follows this is titled Big Talk, where we again see the server workers. This time we can actually make out what they are saying though. They say multiple things of high importance. We learn that they each have a specific job, where we realize that this takes place back when Daughter was still out.
Hi 77. Hey 932, what's up? Not much. Same task every day. Tell me about it. It would be nice to do something new, but I'm made to only secure parameters. Wish I was 118. He gets to go out. Yeah, he's monitoring the live streams. Must be nice. You do the runs to the old basin, right? Yeah, and other drives. Need to do one tonight. Daughter is out.
They also start mentioning interdimensional travel, which leads to a crazy moment. They said that they dropped Nathan in 1999 and crashed Andon there.
Hey, where is the old basin? Nowhere near here. It's in another dimension. Oh, smart. They have to bend space-time so I can get out there. It's also back in 99, so no one here will find it. Perfect place to hide stuff. You dropped Nathan there? Yeah, and we crashed Andon there. I made the swap.
So does that mean the entire series we've been watching takes place in 1999? That would clear up my aforementioned confusion, and it seems like that's what they're meaning. They later say that they actually swap Nathan, so if anyone hears him say he's from the future, he'll seem insane. So to me, it seems that they dropped Nathan into a different universe where it is 1999, and took the Nathan from there and put him here? I don't know, it's still very confusing to me. We then see that Carl was listening again, and he eventually sits down right next to one of them, and they don't even acknowledge him for some reason. Carl mentions the facility being so large that there's a tram system inside of it. Then we see the employee pull out a phone, and he apparently texts the server. This blows Carl's mind as he realizes that the server is a person, and as we saw earlier, the server's name has got to be Scarlet. The following video is titled Griffin, and starts off when Daughter was still waiting for Griffin outside. A server worker comes up and gives her a new phone, and also mentions that Daughter is special because she's the only one that can see them, raising the question, why can she see the employees but no one else can? What exactly does she do that gives her the ability to see them?
No, clients are imperceptible to his kind.
What?
AV software runs in the background, and he cannot perceive what we do. You're unique.
What does that even mean?
We then cut to her waiting at the park for them. That's when we finally see him, and wow, they got Danny Brown to be on this channel. That's crazy. When Griffin shows up, he keeps mentioning Dad instead of talking about Daughter, which pisses her off.
Hey D, you ever see your dad in your neighbor's yard?
I don't think so. He says neighbor's lawn looks like Gollum's back hair, so I don't think he ever goes over there. Why?
Does he ever talk about your neighbor's yard?
I don't know. Why do you want to talk about my dad? Let's talk about us.
You think he's jealous of your neighbor's shed?
I don't know. Why do you keep talking about my dad?
I think he's a cool guy. I like his YouTube videos.
Oh my god,
He's so embarrassing. He's always shaking his weird dad bod to his songs.
The video then ends in kind of a strange way. Take a look.
Okay. Hurry up.
Yeah, see you soon.
Whoa, daughter, slow down. Don't want to look too eager. Just want to look mildly excited.
It would be quite a while before the next video released, but Dad would be very active still. There were 2 Talking Dad episodes during this span, but they really only struck me as being mildly important. In the 4th episode of Talking Dad, he asked Nexpo if he had ever seen a crashed UFO before, which is slightly strange I guess, but ultimately doesn't strike me as too important. He also sent a secret message to his donators, and the message said, "Kepler is closer than you think, if you know where to look." This was definitely the most notable thing that happened during the small break, and I honestly have no answers here. I have no clue as to what he means with that, so let's just get on to the next video. The following video is another one with Griffin, and something shocking happens. We find out that Neighbor paid Griffin to find out some info about Dad, particularly if Dad has ever looked inside the neighbor's shed. Griffin asks about it, which prompts Neighbor to abruptly say, "Don't worry about it."
But I think he's planning to build a shed. She say if he's ever looked in my shed? No, she just kept changing the subject. She doesn't like talking about her dad.
Look, kid, I need to make sure he never gets in there. Read my lips. Comprende?
Why? What's in there?
Don't worry about it.
It's now very clear that there is something in his shed that Dad cannot see, and we still don't know what it is. The video ends with Neighbor convincing Griffin to get into Dad's house and snoop around. The next video, It's Complicated, is another one about the relationship triangle that has plagued basically the entire series. It starts off with Dad writing about Cheryl and how much he loves her, but when he looks back down on the paper, it just says Diane. Meanwhile, Cheryl is writing about quantum physics on her paper until it changes to Neighbor. Cheryl says she knows what's going on here and she will do something about it. What she will do and what exactly is still a mystery. When we get back to Dad, he names famous celebrity couples, and every time he does that, he smashes a candy heart. His face changes when he says Diane and Abner, and when he gets to Dad and Cheryl, he eats the candy instead of smashing it.
Diane and Abner. Mom and Dad.
A couple of days after this, a series of very important non-video things happened. During a Patreon voice chat, he warned them not to trust someone named Dirk. Dirk is still somebody that we have not seen thus far. A day after this, a really creepy live stream uploaded, which unfortunately is gone once again. This stream was called Blair Dad, and in it, Dad gets lost in the woods after taking a walk, and repeatedly runs into this man, even after he runs away from him. Perhaps this man is Dirk. We then have Face Off, where Dad is once again visited by Neighbor, and they start beefing again. They fight over beards versus mustaches, and eventually they start talking about the neighbor's shed. Dad asks what's in it, where once again, Neighbor very nervously responds.
Dad will build his own shed, and not only will it be bigger than Neighbor's, it will be apocalypse-proof.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
So what's in your shed?
Well, why?
Dad just wants to know the tools Neighbor has.
Neighbor mentioned that he uses Durg's discount tools, and likes that the tools break fast because he likes living on the edge. The video ends with a crazy overreaction as the neighbor is somehow hurt by the side of this sledgehammer touching his leg. The following video's server upgrade is a screen cap of a YouTube server video called Upgrade. There's Morse code all over the video, all of which say Act 3 Scarlet, and the video ends with Cheryl saying that she never authorized a Scarlet update.
I never authorized any Scarlet upgrade.
The second to last video so far is titled Dad Magazine. This video is about the magazine from way back that pissed Cheryl off. We've always wondered what was in it, and guess what it was? It was just motorcycles. Well, alright. She then goes to apologize to Dad for clearly overreacting, but he's too obsessed with Minecraft to even give her eye contact. He has no pants on, has stunk up the place constantly by farting, and says that he doesn't go to work anymore. Cheryl ends the video freaked out and running away.
Dad, I think you should shut it off now. Please, put your pants on and go to work.
Minecraft. 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 Minecraft.
After this, the next Talking Dad episode came out, and the people that donated received a secret message. This message says, "It is dying, save it, or enter the blue light. They've hidden the light. They want it to save themselves. They've seen farther than us. Where does Mom go every day?" Okay, hold on, what just happened? What's dying? What light? Who wants to save themselves? This just raised so many questions that I'm sure will be elaborated on in the future. After this, a now gone livestream came onto Dad's stream called Looking for Sarah. Dad says he did not start this stream. In the stream, in very blurry quality, some woman was searching for presumably Sarah, and that's about it. In the description, a video was linked called Maeve. So it now appears that we have 2 new characters and another channel added to the Dad mystery. This very short video shows Maeve turn around before cutting off. I wonder why she's looking for Sarah. We don't even know who Sarah is. Perhaps that'll change in the future too. A couple of days after this, Dad hosted a viewing party for Act 2, where he and the viewers watched Act 1 and all of Act 2 besides the finale. Now apparently this was the first time he actually watched the YouTube videos because he became more aware of Andon here. And now, here it is, the finale of Act 2, and probably one of the best ARG related videos I've seen so far on YouTube. It begins with us finally seeing what Laszlo is, and
oh, I don't know how daughter watches her videos.
She's just a YouTube pop star. Well, I definitely thought she would be way more important than that, but I'll still take this. Since we saw a video about her a while ago, and since her eyes were blue and purple, I have a feeling that she is a complete android biocomputer. Clearly YouTube's plan of making their entertainment biocomputers does work, because Laszlo clearly is a big YouTuber. Anyways, Dad stumbles across a pancake on the floor, eats it, and his memories come flooding back.
Huh? What's going on? What am I doing here? This isn't my house. Ella? Ella? Ella?
Can you hear me? We then flash back to Kepler 22b where we see Ella. Andon's call to her actually works as she hears him. After this, we flash back to Kepler before Andon left, and Ella's upset that he has to leave. It's also revealed that he has children.
We're gonna miss you. The kids don't want you to leave.
We also get a name drop for a company, DAD. So the channel wasn't just called Dad because of the character here. There is literally a company called Dad that Andon worked for on Kepler. After the flashback is over, Andon realizes that he has to find a place with better range so he can contact the base and Emily. Right after Andon leaves, Cheryl shows up to give him a gift and realizes that Andon has never returned. This understandably freaks her out, leading her to bang on the neighbor's door, who we finally get a name drop of, Malvin. The first thing Malvin asks when hearing that Andon got out is if he looked in the shed. Seriously, what is in that shed?
Well, did he get in the shed?
We then learn that Malvin has gotten incredibly uncomfortable with what Cheryl has been doing and says that he's uncomfortable going to that weird facility and watching her play house.
Please, Malvin, I need you right now. You promised you'd be by my side.
Yeah, well, that was before I knew what was really involved. This is insanity, Cheryl. You know how hard it is for me to sit out there in that weird facility and watch you guys play house?
I know, but you have to trust me. It'll all be worth it.
When? Huh? How long is this whole thing gonna last?
We're making progress.
I've heard it all before.
I made it out to number 9 on the last test.
Malvin declines her offer to help find Andon, but she convinced him to go by smooching him. We then see that Daryl was watching that entire scene. It then cuts back to the site of the crash, where we see Emily gather supplies and try to get some help. The video ends on a very mysterious note, with Andon with a sledgehammer on top of the YouTube headquarters saying, "I'll fix everything."
Fix everything.
Right after the video came out, a live stream started where Andon tries to get in contact with Emily or Ella and is eventually captured. It's eventually revealed through Thomas that Andon was able to escape his capture and is currently in disguise and hiding. Very quickly after all of this, the server accessed all of Dad's accounts and acted like nothing happened at all. They claimed on Twitter that everything was fine and that nothing happened. Apparently, Dad went onto a voice chat near this time too, and something strange was quickly noticed. He was speaking even more robotic than usual. It sounded like he was speaking through a soundboard. After this, Dad actually streamed, and you might be thinking, how is that possible? Well, it gets revealed that this is a dad bot. Yup, they were somehow able to create something that looked just like him and talked very similar to him, but of course in a slightly more robotic way. This is very creepy and sheds even more light onto my theory that Laszlo is one of these robots. And at least from right now when writing this is all of the major events that have happened since. I did not at all expect this video to get as long as it wound up getting, because there was way more information during this stretch than what I initially thought, and there will be way more information revealed in the future too. Who knows, there could have been a huge thing that happened before we even got this video out. With these new videos, the lore of the Dad universe has expanded more and more each time, and continues to get more interesting, and noticeably more serious, which I'm definitely on board for. We have seen new characters, gotten more depth for previous characters, got a lot of answers, and even more questions. The biggest takeaways from all of these videos is that Cheryl is much more important than we previously thought. Daughter is considered special, and we have absolutely no idea why. Laszlo isn't some grand crazy character and is instead just a pop star, albeit an interesting one to theorize about since we think she might be an android. We found out that this series involves time travel, and we found out the damn server was a person. Yeah, these string of videos, streams, and messages were absolutely bonkers, and I loved every second of it. Like we said, this is an update video, and since the Dad series is still active and probably will be for a decent amount of time, we're not going to be doing a final rating for it until it's all done, depending on how long the series goes for. It's possible that we could be making another update video, but that's still undetermined, just like the mystery at this moment.
After 2 mega videos, here comes a 4-minute internet mystery with almost no substance. This video absolutely does not compete with the other Debunktober videos, and is definitely one of our worst ever in my opinion. I'm sorry, I don't know how else to say it. This video is such a perfect example of the thing I mentioned, a type of video we would never do anymore. Late in 2024, I had a sit down of sorts with Sep. With internet mysteries, it's common for them to dig deep into specific individuals, and as time went on, I began getting more and more uncomfortable with doing that sort of thing morally.
This is iconically a topic Jiff and I really can't believe we covered something like this. Luckily, a family member of VDVIK reached out in the comments and said he would have enjoyed our coverage, so if anything, we achieved that with this.
I usually preface videos with slightly unknown topics with, "You might not have heard of this." Well, in this case, I am 99% certain you have never heard of the YouTube channel dubbed VDVIK. VDVIK only has 39 subscribers and has been inactive since 2011. The thing is, he isn't just inactive, but he might also be dead. Hear me out, I know some YouTubers leave without warning or have huge unannounced hiatuses, but in Victor's case, his last 3 videos were quite concerning. Now Victor has tons of videos, 95 to be exact, but as I mentioned before, his final 3 videos are different from the rest, and quite unsettling. The first of the 3 is titled Victor's Last Video, which, well, isn't true, but it's a short video with Victor's picture with text saying, "Hopefully I better be dead by the time you see this." I don't know, something about the way he worded it, the urgency and almost hopefulness in his own death is just bone-chilling. The second video is called Victor's final video, which again, obviously isn't. It's the same picture and almost a carbon copy of the last video, but now, in my opinion, the text is much harder to read. I'll be dead when you see this video. Honestly, gut-wrenching. Again, it's the sureness of his death is the reason for the impact it has, but there is one final video, July 29th, which is the same picture from the past two videos, just more distorted, no text this time around. And that's it for Victor's YouTube channel, but there are some more leads as to where he went and if he actually died. Thanks to Reddit, it seems he has a functioning MySpace account that still updates, which honestly I can't explain, unless it's a family member who updates it without explicitly telling whoever is following him that he had passed. Something does lead to the fact that he did indeed die is his Facebook account. It said he died back in 2015. A red flag some people pointed out is that he still gets birthday wishes on his Facebook every year, but that's a normal thing whether a person is dead or alive, so that's easily debunked. Another thing that is easily found is Victor's obvious hatred for his diabetes. He would constantly post and lament about his illness, which could possibly be cause of death. If we take into account that he's been dealing with this even before he had an online presence, and his Facebook saying his death occurred in 2015, I think it's safe to say that diabetes could surely be the cause of it. There's no way to know for sure, but it definitely has a huge chance of being true. VDVIK was one of the few cases that really had me debating whether or not it's a mystery or did we actually debunk it. There is solid evidence to prove that yes, he is dead, but the MySpace account is the one little thing that could possibly make it still a complete mystery. I have to end this video with a conclusion, and even robots can be wrong, so I'm going to call this file undetermined. We figured out a possible cause of death and can safely assume that the MySpace account is just run by someone he knew or family. We figured out a possible cause of death and can safely assume that the MySpace account is just run by someone he knew or family, the only missing piece. So now we have closure on the tortured soul of Victor.
Oh boy, the humble beginnings of Debunktober. This is our first ever Halloween special and the first year we coined the iconic Debunktober. This is a perfect way to start our long-running spooky seasonal escapades. London After Midnight is not perfect, of course, but man, is it nostalgic. I have vivid memories of writing this in my junior year of high school. My math teacher was out for a month and left us with a sub who didn't care at all, so I watched a ton of horror movies and cranked out this classic debunk gem.
While I didn't write this video, old horror has been a massive obsession of mine ever since I was a kid, so I always wanted a London After Midnight video. It came at the right time too, because this was probably one of my biggest black and white horror movie phases of my entire life. Whenever I watch this video, I get reminded of how much I cared about that stuff, and how much these centuries-old movies and mysteries really do mean to me. It's Halloween night, so sit back, relax, turn the lights off, and get ready for the grand finale of Debunktober. Good luck.
London After Midnight is a 1927 horror mystery film starring legendary character actor Lon Chaney, who most people know from playing Eric in The Phantom of the Opera. The movie was distributed by MGM and directed by another legend in horror, Todd Browning, who directed 1931's Dracula, a staple of horror today. As you could tell from the intro and some past videos we've made, specifically the older Who Inspired, Jeff and I are extremely into classic horror, especially Universal monsters, the best kind of stuff to get into this Halloween. But so far, all I've done was talk about the movie lightly, so let's talk more in depth about what the movie was. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that today, because London After Midnight has been lost since 1965 when MGM's film vault set ablaze and hundreds of other films were lost. London isn't just notorious for its disappearance, but also its alleged curse. Before getting into the meat of this video, I want to explain how a movie could be lost, or especially lost to a fire. Now, I know you all aren't stupid. I'm not gonna sit here and explain this to you all like children. Obviously, VHS and home releases weren't available in 1965, so older films' only copies were stored in warehouses. Film was extremely flammable, and we have lost many classic films, not just horror, to the unfortunate short-sightedness of preserving these old films. Now first, we are going to discuss the overall appeal that drives horror fans to hopefully one day see this movie. Well, a lot of this film still exists. London After Midnight in its entirety is gone, yes, but don't let that get you down. Tons of stills and promotional images still exist, and the famous picture of Lon Chaney in his makeup dressed in a cloak, top hat, and decked out with 2 rows of sharp teeth, in my opinion, is enough to drive the interest in this movie. But trust me, everyone is different. I already briefly brushed upon the star power this movie held in just its director and star alone. It's so hard to understand how huge Lon Chaney was, and for countless of his movies to just go missing, especially since it was directed by Todd Browning. If images aren't enough and you're just itching to know what the story's about, then you are also in luck, because the script still exists. That's right, the entire script is on Google for anyone to read and has also helped in piecing the stills together to make a semi-movie, which is what happened in 2002, when the stills coupled with music made up a pseudo-remaster of a long-lost movie. Will it ever be found is certainly the question of the century. Every now and again, the horror community will get wind of it possibly still being out there in wreckage or in a private collection. It feels like every 5 years there will come a news article claiming to have found it, only to lead to false hope. I don't think London is truly lost. I think it still might be out there in someone's collection, but we won't know until those collectors or film historians possibly find it in an old abandoned warehouse with thousands of old tapes. I briefly touched upon its remake in 2002, which again isn't truly a remake, but a Frankenstein of pictures matched to the script to simulate how it could have looked. There is technically a reboot, Mark of the Vampire, which many consider it to have the same plot, and this one actually starred Dracula himself, Bela Lugosi. There were rumors of making a modern reboot of the film for I don't know how long. The plan was to get Ron Chaney, Lon Chaney Sr.'s grandson. It could work, as Ron is only 65 as of this recording, so hopefully all goes through. Now to the curse. This is by far the wildest of anything I've talked about so far. In 1928, a year after the film's release, Robert Williams claimed to have seen horrifying visions of Lon Chaney's character from the film that convinced him to murder Julia Mangan with a razor. It was published in newspapers that it seems Lon Chaney can terrify anyone. Unfortunately, 2 years later, Chaney died of a throat hemorrhage. Was this film really enchanted? This really adds to the allure, a lost film with somewhat hazardous intentions. So what to make of all this? All of it together. The loss, the supposed curse, it's a lot to take in, especially for anyone not familiar with older films. This video is a special and sort of way to explain this story, but it's still a mystery as to where London After Midnight truly is. Personally, I think it'll be found one day, but that might just be blind optimism. You might or might not have an idea of how badly Jiff and I want to see this film. Fingers crossed.
This was another example of one of those actually trending mysteries we finally could get a jump on, but I actually thought the coverage was pretty good. Before the reveal of this mystery, the mystery itself was so intriguing to me. We made this video with the expectations that it would probably be one of our biggest hits of the year, but I remember it shockingly flopping, and me being really upset and disappointed about that. Still though, I think it's a great time capsule and watch towards a really unique moment in music history. There's also another really interesting debunk fun fact tied to this video. In the last few months of 2019, we already knew that we were going to change our entire aesthetic for 2020. For our last 2 videos of Season 2, I purposely abandoned our old style of editing because I saw these last 2 as transition era videos. So this video and the next one did not feature our intro and did not have our normal usage of Neo Geo GIFs either. Just an interesting little bit of debunk lore for anyone that might be curious.
This is not my video, but I do vividly remember being at Jif's house when he was writing it. We actually were one of the first to call out what this actually was all about, and it was confirmed by Harry Styles very shortly after. A strange foray into the One Direction fandom, I guess, but this was a fantastic ARG and marketing stunt for one of the most talented pop stars of our generation.
As the holiday season gets closer, planning vacations becomes important for many, whether it's spending time with family from above or simply taking a break from the pains of everyday life. The holiday season is the prime time for this. Naturally, vacation ads take a huge bump, and for one Twitter user, he found a very interesting one to say the least. A user with the name Brotographer on November 21st created a Twitter thread where he accidentally stumbled upon an ad talking about an island that you should visit that you surely haven't heard of. Going to the Twitter account in question is not helpful at all, to say the least. At the time of discovery, the profile only had about 8 followers and had no info at all about where in the world this island was. Going to the website is of no help as well. The site is structured very well, like an actual vacation site would be set up, showing off a multitude of beautiful camera shots and a number of places to visit while on the island, like a bed and breakfast, a hotel constructed all the way back in 1892, some sea view cottages, a castle, but what does it leave out? Why, of course, the location of the island itself. There's even a map of the island, but not even here is it shown or made clear where the hell this place is. A YouTube channel was also created for Eroda, where as of the date of writing this, there is but only one video titled Visit Eroda, and I can't really put my finger on it, but there's something kind of off-putting about it. Take a look.
Do you remember the way that you felt off the coast of Eroda? Seeing the way the water sparkled below, a picturesque green-blue gradient of ocean, tasting the signature food from the Erodian natives, made with love, feeling the rush of wind lifting you as if you were literally in the center of the world, the sound of the air gliding against your skin as you stare into the brisk dusk. Do you remember smelling the fresh air off the coast of Eroda? No? Make memories for your senses at visiteroda.com. Eroda, no land quite like it.
I don't know if it's the complete absence of music, but this video gave off a slightly creepy vibe to me. The narrator only refers to this mystical island in the past tense and pretty much assumes that you have already visited the island. Strange. Now, with all of this out of the way, I'm sure the question burning inside all of your hearts right now is, well, is this place real? And no, it most certainly isn't. First off, searching the web for this place yields absolutely no results at all. You can also reverse image search each and every one of these images in question and find out where they truly are from. As you can see, this image of the bed and breakfast actually originates from Norway, not the island of Eroda. And that all begs the question, if this place doesn't exist, what the hell is going on here? Why was this created, and by who? Well, that is what we are here to find out. The first theory I saw as to why this entire thing was created was the fact that it is by an individual attempting to get into the advertising business and created this entire thing as a sort of prove yourself moment. Think about it, he was able to get ads for an entirely fabricated island on Twitter, YouTube, and even Spotify from what I've heard. Although I don't have any pictures to prove that. That is incredibly impressive, and he has quickly amassed a huge following, showing potential employers that he is good at what he does. If he can get this much interest in an entirely fake island, then imagine what he can do for you. This theory off the surface seems to make perfect sense, but I personally don't believe in this theory, and there are 2 reasons for that. First off, I believe the upcoming theories that we will get into next are more plausible, and second, I don't buy into that whole interest thing. The only reason this got so popular was for the sheer fact that it did not exist. It would probably be scoffed off and never even have went viral. Another theory I've seen come up a lot is the fact that this is some sort of school project, but this one is incredibly easily debunked when you realize the sheer amount of money that was spent in order to make what is going on here possible. So let's move on to our next theory. The next thing I thought of was something very simple. A scam. Yeah, clearly the island does not exist, but it's possible that they could be preying on the poor individuals that don't think to look far enough into this, but rest assured, this is also easily debunked. The reason this is so easily debunked is because when visiting the website, not only is there no location like stated earlier, but there isn't even a way to book a hotel anywhere. So yeah, this theory is easily put to rest just like the others. The next theory we must propose is the fact that we might be witnessing the start of an ARG. When I first stumbled across this mystery, I didn't believe that it was an ARG at all, but some of the more recent actions have gotten me thinking that it's an ARG more than I did before. I realized that Eroda is actually just a door backwards, and this is a common tactic that ARGs like using. The strangeness of the video could also have been purposeful, and in the future the videos could possibly get even stranger, and maybe they already have when this video is released. On one final note, the bottom of the site mentions a copyright from 2004, even though the website came into the world this year. That to me seems pretty intentional. I also think that some of the more recent tweets on the Twitter have been ARG-like in terms of oddness. There was one tweet where they welcomed all the first-timers to Eroda this morning. That right there is a tweet that is very mysterious and full of intrigue. It is 100% something an ARG would pull off. There's one more tweet from the time of writing that also stood out as being very odd, and that is this tweet, wondering if any of the Erodians saw the breaking news on TV today. The tweet itself and what it says isn't too important or special, but I find the image very ominous, and it definitely looks like something you'd see in an ARG. Okay, let's take it a step further. If this truly is an ARG, then who is the creator? The only possible theory as of right now was the same person that made this entire thing viral in the first place, the brotographer. With all that being said though, I personally don't see him as being the creator of this series, as he has probably made 50 or so tweets, if I were to guess on the matter, and seems actively motivated to get to the bottom of this mystery just as hard as we are. Now I'm sure the counter argument could be made that he's just acting interested to take suspicion off of himself. And while yeah, there's a chance that could be true, I personally just see it as a reach at that point. And wow, please bear with me here, but the final theory I am mentioning here is the single most ridiculous thing you will ever hear, and the craziest part is that I believe it's the most plausible theory too. And that is, it's an elaborate promotion to promote the new Harry Styles album. Yeah, you heard me. If you don't believe me, then hear me out. First off, one of the tracks on his upcoming album is titled Adore, which obviously, Eroda is that but spelled in reverse. Was that enough for you? Well, in the description of the Fisherman's Pub, it mentions that it is located between Corner Street and Golden Way, and also on the track list there are songs titled Corner and Golden. As we saw earlier, when you reverse image searched, one of the images was from Norway, and apparently Harry visited Norway in interviews and has been raving about it recently. The information segment about the Eroda fairies mentioned not leaving in odd numbered days, and what do you know, his album is coming out on an odd day, December 13th. If this were to truly be the work of Harry Styles' marketing team, it would explain how they were able to fund something like this, because keep in mind, placing ads on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, and in multiple languages is very expensive to do, so this would be able to completely explain that. It also, like shown earlier, explains some of the more ARG-like moments from earlier, as they are just references to some of the new upcoming tracks on his album. As for the theories, that's all we have so far. Eroda to me is one of the most interesting mysteries of the entire year so far, and the fact that it might literally just be a promotion for a Harry Styles album is so ridiculous, yet so funny. But it's still not something we can definitely 100% prove yet, so because of that, this file will remain undetermined. This mystery is still in its infancy, so in the future we will most likely truly see what exactly Eroda is really all about. Whether it's elaborate ARG, promotion for a Harry Styles album, or something completely different.
And to end 2019, I definitely think we closed the year with one of our best videos at the time. This is one that I think we would have brought more nuance to today, but we did cover most of the bases. This one also had a unique style that I remember enjoying, and overall it really does kind of feel like a precursor towards our more modern era. It also quickly became one of our biggest hits ever at the time.
Beginning of modern Debunk File, for the most part. One of the most enduring internet mysteries and one that is still so strange today. This was a massive success and led us right into our most aesthetically transformative year yet. A really well-aged older video that sparked the beginning of a new era.
Now, before we had our channel here at Debunk File, we, like essentially any other YouTuber, were avid watchers on this platform. I watched all types of channels back in the day, and one of my favorites was Danger Dolan, which is now named Planet Dolan. It is a very versatile channel. Back then they made a variety of countdowns, but now it seems that they have ventured out a bit with their surplus of Reddit stories and videos. One thing that has remained constant though is collaboration. Back at the beginning, Dolan, the person who we now only hear in the intros, was the narrator of the channel. That didn't last long though, as a large team of voice actors came through to speak in a multitude of these videos. This was most likely to break up the monotony of having a list narrated by the exact same person every single video. And some of them even became very popular, like Hellbent. One of these voice actors though was Shima Luan. She wasn't one of the most well-known ones, perhaps by intention. That being said though, she did amass a very dedicated fan base and had her own channel so they could see her more. She always had this slight aura of mystery as she refrained from revealing her face and was only known as an anthropomorphic cat. We never really learned too much about her either. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing though, and for a while she was just another moon revolving around planet Dolan. This all changed in late 2016 though. On September 25th, 2016, a video titled, "Do Penguins Have Knees?" was uploaded. This video was narrated by Shima, and it would be the final time we ever heard from her. Like we stated earlier, she had a loyal fan base, and naturally, they were incredibly worried for her. Initially, it was thought by nearly everyone that she simply left due to a broken PC, but after months and months, it became clear that this was not the answer. Over time, like expected, worries grew more and more by the day. There was so much paranoia after a while that Dolan finally had to address it. Now when addressing it, what would you think he'd say? I don't know about you guys, but I was totally expecting him to just kind of brush it off, saying something along the lines of, "Oh, you know, she's all good, she just needed to take a break," but no, that is not what he said at all. Take a listen to what Dolan said when he first addressed the matter.
And of course, you know, Shima went missing and we still don't know where she is, so... Now, I bring this up because everyone at Planet Dolan, all day and night, 24/7, we all get messages about Shima. And I've explained this at the end of the Do Penguins Have Knees video, but people obviously didn't get the message. So I have to keep letting you know what's going on. But I'm going to reiterate, we don't know where she is. She just vanished off the internet one day. I really hope she's okay, but, you know, none of us have heard from her.
Yeah, that's a major cause for concern. They literally don't know where she is and what is going on, and even today, that still presumably remains true. Her last video on her channel was months before her last Dolan video, and her last reported sighting was just 1 month after that, where she was apparently on a community Minecraft server. That was all months before Dolan's video, and like we said, it's been all dark. Now you would think that this is all there would be to the mystery, right? Well, that's where you're wrong. Last year on Shima's YouTube wiki account, somebody by the name of Rare Kirby commented on her profile saying that on December 11th of 2017, she tragically passed away. He even linked an article which unfortunately isn't available to us anymore. He knows this because according to him, he did in fact animate a few of Dolan's videos when she was active on the channel. Doing some digging into the name Rare Kirby does actually give you results, mostly from the YouTube channel of the same name. This channel seems to stay true to his claims as he is an animator, and the quality is quite good, definitely on par with the quality that Planet Dolan has. Unfortunately though, it's impossible to truly prove that Rare Kirby was actually an animator on Planet Dolan, despite the quality being sufficient. Each Planet Dolan video lists the animator in the description, and I looked through like 20 and I didn't see him pop up at all. I honestly don't have the patience to painstakingly look through each and every one of his videos, but if you guys happen to stumble upon his name in the credits, please make sure to comment about that. If you didn't think it could get any more wild,
there was another YouTube channel that inserted itself into this mystery. This channel is literally called Shima Luan, just like the real channel. And I kid you not, it's an actual ARG. Yeah, and guess what? It's awful. It starts off normal enough with a video consisting of text, which kinda confirms all the popular theories that were thought of at the time, like her computer being broken, but oh man, does it get worse. I mean seriously, check out the videos, Death and Alive. Death consists of way too common use of binary, and Alive has borderline ear rape audio. This, folks, is just not how to do an ARG. The craziest thing is that a lot of people actually fell for it, and well, I could kinda see someone falling for this first video. If you honestly think Shima would create ear rape styled videos to basically torment your fans, well, then I don't know what you were thinking. The channel also was created on April Fool's Day, so yeah, don't fall for this horrendous ARG. But let's move on. These were the main huge events that happened, at least to my knowledge. So, like always, it's time to theorize. The first video we must mention is one that has already been talked about multiple times though, and that is her passing away. If this theory were to be true, the manner in which she passed away has been widely speculated, with some going as far as saying murder. The problem is that even from the start, this theory to me has been walking on eggshells. It's been the most popular theory in this mystery for years now. But why? The evidence is incredibly shaky to say the least. I mean, let's get over it for a second. We have a person who commented on a YouTube wiki stating that he worked for the channel, which has in no way been proven yet, and the link he provided, which would have been to an obituary, isn't even available. Her real name probably isn't Shima either. But just as an attempt, I searched up the name on an obituary site, and it yielded no results. Again though, Shima probably isn't her real first name. I'm not ready to truly debunk this theory, but the odds are seriously against it big time, as not a single piece of evidence for this claim was plausible at all. So yeah, we can at least be 90% sure that she's alive, but in that case, why did she disappear? And of course, there are multiple answers to this question. Shima is often described as being a relatively shy, introverted individual, and unfortunately for her, her character was drawn in some, well, not so appropriate ways to say the least. This apparently happened extremely often too, and it's been commonly assumed that this was just way too much for her, so she disconnected herself from the internet and left Dolans' crew, as this really upset her. This theory is very feasible, as well, yes, these images are really common, so common in fact, that I actually stumbled upon one, so to me it makes perfect sense that she would take offense to this, where she then unplugged herself from the world. The one other theory I've seen attempting to explain her disappearance is the fact that she was attempting to protect her privacy because someone had found out what she looked like. I found this on a Reddit thread from a few months ago where somebody asked where she went, and basically every single answer on the thread was that. That being said, I'm still left scratching my head because I have absolutely no clue how they found this out. Seriously, I researched for a long time and didn't find any info about her face, or about this person that attempted to expose her at all. But when this many comments are saying the exact same thing, it's tough to not believe that this actually did happen. That being said, if you guys have evidence for this, please comment it down below, as it would be hugely helpful to us. Now, I'm sure there are a dozen of other minor theories as to why exactly she disappeared, but these were the ones I saw the most, so that's why I decided to analyze them. This case was truly peculiar, and unfortunately, it's undetermined. I'm not sure this is a case we will ever be able to debunk. I am 90% sure that she is still breathing. To me, she is definitely still here and is most likely healthy and well, but she disappeared for a very specific reason. Obviously, we analyzed theories about what could have exactly happened, but neither of them seem to have enough evidence to me to be fully regarded as true.
And that does it for Debunk File Season 2. We sincerely hope you enjoyed this nostalgic blast from the past. I love looking back on these videos and seeing just how much things have changed and grown. We were completely different people back then, and I found it so heartwarming that you guys have gotten to grow alongside us. I hope you learned something new, or got something out of our commentaries between each video here. And of course, I hope you enjoyed watching. My name is Jif from Debunk File. Thank you guys so much for 7 years, and I will see you guys next time. Goodbye, everybody.